It was mid-October when my friends and I decided to tackle the Backwoods Trail in the Appalachians, a route that wasn't heavily traveled, but was supposedly breathtaking during fall. I'd been hiking all my life, and I prided myself on being prepared. So when my buddy Kyle suggested a weekend trip, complete with tents, freeze-dried meals, and a map that looked ancient, I didn't hesitate. The drive up was long, winding through miles of forested hills with trees burning in shades of red and orange. We parked at the trailhead just before noon, the sky overcast, and the air thick with that unmistakable earthy smell of fallen leaves and wet soil. Kyle and I had been talking about this hike for weeks, planning to push ourselves deeper into the wilderness than we normally would. Our friend Megan, quieter than the rest of us, but always willing to join, brought along her camera, wanting to capture the fall foliage. We set off on the trail, the crunch of leaves under our boots, the only sound besides occasional bird calls. It was brisk, the kind of cold that seeps through your jacket sleeves and makes you notice the sharpness of the air. The first few hours were uneventful. Pictures, jokes, snack breaks. But as the afternoon wore on, the trail grew narrower, less defined, and the trees seemed to lean in closer, their branches like skeletal hands. Kyle noticed it first. "Hey, do you guys hear that?" he asked, pausing mid-step. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then Megan frowned and lowered her camera. That sounded like footsteps," she said quietly. We all stopped, listening. There it was again, a soft, deliberate crunch on leaves, slow, measured, not matching our pace or any nearby wildlife. "It's probably another hiker," I said, though even as the words left my mouth, I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. The trail was notorious for being empty this time of year. Minutes passed, the sound didn't come closer, it didn't move away, it just lingered. We continued walking, a little faster now, our laughter forced. The sun began to dip below the horizon, and with it came a sudden drop in temperature. Shadows stretched long across the forest floor, and I realized we'd lost the trail markers we'd been using. "Wait," Megan said, squinting ahead. "This isn't the path. We should have hit a clearing by now." Kyle's brow furrowed. "Maybe it loops back around. Let's keep going. We can find it in a few minutes." But the forest seemed to swallow us whole. Every direction looked the same twisted trunks, the same tangled undergrowth. The sounds of nature were gone too. No birds, no rustling of small animals, just our own breathing and the crunch of our boots. Then we heard it again. Footsteps. Slower this time. Deliberate. Following. I stopped dead in my tracks, spinning around. Nothing. Kyle muttered something under his breath, probably swearing. "Megan, you said this trail was marked, right? Did you bring the map?" She dug in her pack and pulled out the old, folded map. It looked more like parchment than paper, edges frayed and ink faded. "Yeah, but I think we went off course hours ago." Her voice was shaky. The sound of footsteps was closer now. We could all hear it. Not behind us, not ahead. Somewhere to our left, just out of sight, but always present. We decided to move faster, hearts hammering, the forest becoming a blur of brown and gold. Shadows danced around us, and for a moment I thought I saw someone, or something, dart between the trees. "Did you see that?" Kyle whispered, almost inaudibly. I think so," Megan said, clutching my arm. We pressed on, hoping the trail would somehow reveal itself. But the forest seemed infinite, each step dragging us deeper into a maze with no exit. Darkness fell quickly, thicker than expected, and our flashlights barely cut through it. That's when the sound changed. No longer footsteps, now a low guttural groan, almost human, almost animal. It was coming from every direction at once. I could feel the vibration in my chest, the way it seemed to seep into my bones. Megan screamed. "Something's out there! Keep moving!" I yelled. "Don't stop!" We stumbled over roots and rocks, panic overtaking our sense of direction. The groaning sound grew louder, closer, punctuated by sharp, heavy breaths. I looked back and caught a glimpse of a figure, or maybe two, standing just at the edge of the flashlight beam. Too tall, too thin, limbs bending at odd angles. It vanished before I could focus, leaving only darkness. We ran blindly. Branches slapped at our faces, roots tore at our boots, and every instinct screamed at me to keep going. Then Megan tripped, her legs snapping forward awkwardly. "Go!" she shouted. "Don't leave me!" But there was no time. I yanked her up, ignoring the sharp pain in my hands from scratched palms. Kyle was ahead, already disappearing into the shadows, and the groaning was closer than ever. It sounded almost amused, almost intelligent. We rounded a bend, and then the forest opened up into a small clearing. Moonlight spilled across a ruined cabin, half collapsed, walls blackened as though scorched. I didn't know whether to feel relief or dread. "Let's check it out," Kyle said, but even he sounded unsure. Inside, the cabin smelled of rot and something worse. Old furniture lay overturned. The walls were scratched with deep, jagged marks. In the corner, we saw the remnants of a fire, long cold, and along the floor, footprints, not ours, not animal tracks. Human, but elongated, stretched, wrong. And then Megan noticed it. A series of symbols scratched into the wall, uneven, chaotic. They weren't letters, at least not any language I recognized, but they seemed alive, almost vibrating in the dim light. We froze. Somewhere outside, the groaning stopped. Silence, suffocating, absolute. And then from above, the sound of wood creaking. Footsteps on the cabin roof. "Up there!" I hissed, shining my flashlight upward. Nothing. The roof sagged ominously, old wood groaning under the weight of something unseen. Suddenly, a shadow moved across the wall, long, angular, impossible. It darted down the opposite side of the cabin. We ran instinctively, and for a moment I thought we were free. But the forest had other plans. No matter which way we ran, the trees seemed to bend, twist, redirect us. Paths we thought we knew vanished. We circled back, again and again, until we realized we hadn't made any progress at all. Then we heard it. A whisper, low and guttural, echoing from all directions. "Don't leave." I don't know how to explain it. It was human, but wrong. Hurting our ears, touching something deep inside us, making us understand a terror we'd never known. Kyle froze. Megan clutched my arm so hard I thought she'd break my bones. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. Time lost meaning. Every turn led us deeper into the dark, tangled forest. My flashlight died, the cold intensified, and then I saw them. Figures at the edge of the clearing, watching. Too many to count, taller than men, thinner than trees, their heads tilting unnaturally. Eyes glowed faintly in the moonlight, red, amber, some with no eyes at all. They didn't move like humans, more like predators observing prey. One stepped forward, and everything inside me screamed to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. Megan screamed and grabbed my sleeve, and that seemed to break whatever paralysis had taken me. We ran blindly again, crashing through underbrush, branches slapping us, roots tearing our boots, until the cold became unbearable, until exhaustion threatened to collapse us. Then we saw it. A road. Dim, barely visible through the trees, with the orange glow of a distant streetlight. Hope surged, desperate, unreasoning. We stumbled onto it, gasping, bleeding, and turned back. Nothing followed. The trees seemed normal again. The forest quiet. We didn't stop until we reached my truck, headlights shaking with our trembling hands. We collapsed inside, doors locked, panting, soaked, and bleeding from scratches, bruised in every possible place. Kyle swore we'd imagine it. Megan insisted she never wanted to hike again, and I didn't sleep for 3 nights. Something followed us out there, something that knows the paths we take, something that waits in the shadows. Patient. I never went back. I never want to. And sometimes when the wind howls through the trees near my house, I swear I hear it again. The low, guttural whispering, reminding me that it's still out there, still watching, still waiting. Story the end. The morning started like any other weekend. I'd packed my gear the night before, a lightweight tent, sleeping bag, a backpack filled with snacks, a small first aid kit, a map, compass, and my old, trusty camera. The plan was simple. Spend 2 days on the Appalachian Trail, a relatively remote section in western North Carolina, with no one else around. Solitude was my escape. I wanted silence, the kind only the woods can provide, and maybe a few shots of the early fall foliage. I parked at the trailhead around 7:30 a.m., the lot already half full with early morning hikers, mostly couples or groups. I didn't pay much attention to them. I prefer hiking alone. The air was crisp, damp from a light overnight rain, and the leaves crunched underfoot as I started down the trail. The smell of wet earth and decaying leaves filled my nose, oddly comforting. I waved to a few hikers as they passed by, getting the usual good luck or have fun. The first few hours were uneventful. I moved quickly, my legs strong from regular weekend hikes. The trail climbed gradually, winding along the ridge with occasional glimpses of valleys below. Birds called from the treetops, and a squirrel darted across the trail, freezing before deciding to continue. The further I went, the fewer signs of human presence I saw. The trail markers were reassuring, and I followed them without second guessing. Around midday, I stopped at a small clearing to eat lunch. The sun broke through patches of clouds, casting golden light on the leaves. I was halfway to my planned campsite, a site I'd scouted online from a few recent trail reports. As I packed up my lunch, I noticed something unusual. Tracks. Not animal tracks, but shoe prints. They were too large to be mine, and they weren't recent, more like several days old, but still visible in the damp soil. I hesitated, scanning the trees. No one was in sight. I shrugged it off, assuming someone else had passed by recently. I resumed hiking. The trail narrowed as I climbed higher, winding through denser trees. The forest grew quieter, the birds disappearing. Even the usual rustle of small animals in the underbrush seemed muted. I chalked it up to the approaching afternoon. Still, there was a sense of being watched, the kind of sensation hikers sometimes joke about but rarely experience. By late afternoon, I reached the campsite. It was a small clearing, flat enough to pitch a tent. I unpacked my gear, set up the tent, and gathered firewood. While collecting wood, I noticed more footprints leading away from the campsite and deeper into the forest. The prints weren't uniform. Some looked like boots, others more like bare feet, wide and uneven. My stomach tightened. I told myself it was probably someone else's group leaving early, but a nagging feeling whispered that I wasn't alone. As the sun dipped, shadows stretched unnaturally. I lit a small campfire, the flames throwing dancing shapes against the trees. The woods became eerily silent, as if the forest was holding its breath. I cooked a simple dinner, eating in tense solitude. My camera sat beside me, ready to capture the last light if I noticed anything unusual. Around 8 p.m., I heard it. A faint rustling, almost imperceptible at first, but growing closer. My heart rate quickened. I stood, scanning the darkening forest. Nothing. I called out softly, "Hello?" No response. Just the occasional snapping of a twig. I tried to rationalize it. It could have been an animal, but instinct screamed otherwise. The rustling moved erratically, circling my campsite, always just out of sight. I grabbed my flashlight, sweeping the trees. A shape, a man, I think, moved just beyond the beam. Tall, thin, maybe wearing a hood or jacket that blended with the trees. When I swung the flashlight back, he was gone. My rational mind tried to insist it was a trick of the light, but fear clamped down hard, making it impossible to shake the certainty that I wasn't alone. I retreated into my tent, zipping it shut, leaving the fire burning. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was probably a transient hiker, but sleep refused to come. The rustling continued sporadically, sometimes close, sometimes farther, always circling, always watching. I pulled my jacket tight, flashlight in hand, every sense screaming. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time was warped in that anxious haze. Then I heard it. A voice, soft, almost a whisper, carried on the wind. "You shouldn't be here." My blood ran cold. The voice didn't come from any direction I could identify, just a disembodied murmur through the trees. I shined the flashlight wildly, heart hammering. Nothing. At some point, I dozed fitfully. When I woke, it was pitch dark, and the forest seemed impossibly still. The fire had burned low, casting faint shadows. I heard another sound, this time closer, deliberate footsteps circling the tent. Something was moving just beyond the thin fabric of the tent, slow, careful. I held my breath, listening. Then a whisper, right next to my ear, "I can see you." I froze. The words had no accent, no tone, just a flat statement. Panic surged, and I scrambled out of the tent, flashlight blinding me in the dark. The campsite was empty. I ran, boots pounding against roots and wet leaves, unsure where to go, unsure how far to run. Every direction looked the same, dark trees stretching endlessly. My compass spun wildly, and my sense of direction evaporated. I tried calling out, screaming for help, but the forest swallowed my voice. No one came. I ran until my lungs burned, then collapsed behind a tree, shivering, flashlight shaking in my hands. I considered trying to navigate back down the trail, but fear anchored me. Something was here, watching, waiting, patient. I had no way of knowing if it would attack or simply stalk. Hours, or maybe it was an eternity, passed in that crouched, trembling state. Then, just before dawn, I noticed something that made my stomach turn. Dozens of footprints encircling my hiding spot, pressed into the wet soil. Boots, bare feet, sizes varying wildly, all pointing inward toward me. Some prints were unnaturally large, almost impossible, clawed toes, grotesque shapes, as if the forest itself had been walking. I waited until first light, listening to the forest awaken slowly, leaves rustling with small birds. The footprints remained, but the rustling had stopped. I didn't dare move until the sun rose higher, the forest less threatening. When I finally stood, I noticed something else. A series of markings on nearby trees. Not carvings, not scratches from animals, but symbols, circles, jagged lines, faces, drawn deep into the bark. Some looked fresh, the wood still damp. I didn't stop to study them. I ran. Down the trail faster than I had ever run before, adrenaline carrying me past familiar markers, past junctions I had studied on the map. I ran until the trailhead where cars were parked and hikers milling about, ordinary and oblivious to what had happened in the woods. My legs burned, lungs ached, and when I reached the lot, I collapsed, gasping, tears streaming. I tried to explain to other hikers, but they dismissed me. "You probably just got spooked," one said, smiling kindly. I didn't argue. I gathered my gear and left, driving the winding roads away from the forest, unable to look back. Weeks later, I tried to rationalize it. Animal noises, sleep deprivation, overactive imagination. Maybe. But a few nights after returning home, I got an email from an unknown address. It contained one photo, a blurry shot, likely taken in the dark, of someone or something standing in the trees, watching. I hadn't taken it. I hadn't been near my camera that night after the panic. My heart stopped. The message beneath it read, "You came into our home." I deleted the email, tried to dismiss it as a prank, but I could still hear the rustling sometimes, even in my apartment, the way shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally. I haven't gone hiking since. The forest isn't just a place. It's something alive, waiting, patient. And if you enter it alone, you might not leave it untouched. Months later, I returned to the trailhead, not to hike, just to see. The forest looked serene in daylight, nothing ominous about it. I followed the path a short distance, scanning for anything unusual. And there it was, a tree near the clearing, a new carving, wet and dark against the bark. A single word, jagged and deliberate. "Welcome." I left immediately. The authorities dismissed my story when I tried to report the markings and footprints. No one else had seen them. Some hikers claim to hear whispers, see shadows, disappear temporarily in dense forest stretches. Local legend calls it the Watcher of the Ridge, a vague story older than the towns themselves, something that inhabits the mountains, patient and silent, waiting for those who think the woods are empty. I've stayed away ever since, but at night, when the wind rattles the windows, I swear I hear soft footsteps on leaves outside, the same low whisper, "You shouldn't be here." And sometimes in photographs I take around the city, a shadow appears in the background. Tall, thin, hooded, lurking where it shouldn't. I know now that some forests don't forgive, don't forget. They mark you, follow you, wait for you to let your guard down. I was lucky to escape physically, but part of me never did. I feel it in the air, in the silence, in the spaces where the wind carries a voice that doesn't belong. I haven't hiked alone since, and I never will. Story the end. The sun had barely crested the horizon when Alex, Brian, and Jamie piled into Brian's old SUV, backpacks crammed with supplies, feeling that familiar cocktail of excitement and nervous anticipation that always came with a long weekend hike. They were headed to the Cascade Ridge Trail, a stretch of forest in Washington state that wound through dense evergreens and up rocky inclines, ending at a high ridge overlooking a jagged valley. None of them had hiked it before, but they'd heard the views were spectacular, and it had become a sort of rite of passage for weekend adventurers in their small town. The drive up was quiet at first, punctuated by casual conversation and the occasional laugh. By the time they hit the last dirt road before the trailhead, the sky had turned a sharp, clear blue, and the morning light spilled through the forest, illuminating everything in an almost unnatural clarity. Brian parked on the side of the road, and they all climbed out, stretching and adjusting packs. The air smelled like wet pine and earth, a smell that always made Alex's chest tighten with a strange mixture of comfort and unease. Hiking had always been his escape, but today something about the quiet, the stillness, felt off, though he couldn't put his finger on it. They started down the trail at a brisk pace, chatting easily at first. Jamie had insisted on bringing her camera along, snapping pictures of wildflowers and moss-covered logs. Brian, The self-proclaimed trail leader navigated with a map and compass, pointing out landmarks along the way. Alex, usually the most observant, found his attention drawn to the sounds around them. The way the wind whispered through the trees, the distant crunch of branches, and an occasional bird call that seemed too infrequent for the time of day. Still, he shook off the creeping sense of dread and told himself he was just being paranoid. The first couple of hours passed uneventfully. They followed the narrow path as it wound upward, crossing a shallow creek on slippery stones and stepping over fallen logs. The forest was thick, almost too quiet, the kind of silence that felt like it was watching them as much as they were observing it. At one point, Alex thought he saw movement in the corner of his eye, a flash of something dark and human-shaped between the trees. But when he looked directly, nothing was there. He shrugged it off, muttering under his breath, "Just a deer? Or maybe a trick of the light." By noon, they reached a clearing near the side of a ridge. The view was breathtaking, rolling hills blanketed in forest, rivers threading through the valleys below, and peaks in the distance. They sat on rocks to eat, Jamie snapping more photos, Brian unpacking a small cooler. Alex ate in silence, still feeling a gnawing unease he couldn't shake. Something about the ridge, the way the shadows clung to the tree line, made him feel exposed, as if unseen eyes were following their every move. He didn't mention it to the others. He didn't want to ruin the day. They continued along the trail after lunch, descending slightly before climbing again. The terrain grew rougher, roots and rocks snagging at their boots. Alex noticed the air was getting colder despite the sun still hanging high, a chill that seemed to seep into his bones. He lagged slightly behind, his pack feeling heavier, and he started hearing a faint sound, almost like footsteps echoing his own. At first, he assumed it was Brian and Jamie ahead, but when he called out, the sound didn't respond. It was just him and the forest. Or so he thought. Hours passed, and the trio reached a narrow ledge where the trail hugged the mountainside. The wind picked up sharply, whistling through the trees, making the branches sway and creak ominously. Alex's stomach knotted as he looked down the steep drop. The valley floor seemed impossibly far away. Brian, ever the daredevil, teased him about being scared of heights, but Alex's unease didn't dissipate. He kept scanning the tree line for the strange movement he'd glimpsed earlier. Then came the first scream. It was sudden, raw, and guttural, cutting through the wind like a knife. Alex froze, his heart pounding, as Brian and Jamie both spun toward the source. Jamie's camera slipped from her hands, thudding against a rock. The scream came again, closer this time, and Alex realized it wasn't a scream of fear. It was a sound that carried both pain and intent, a human-like cry that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. They all strained to see, but the forest seemed impossibly dense. The trees blurred together, shadows lengthening as the sun dipped lower. Did you hear that?" Jamie whispered, her voice tight with fear. "I heard it," Brian said, trying to sound calm, but his grip on his map betrayed his tension. "Maybe someone hurt themselves on the trail?" Alex shook his head. "No, that wasn't an accident. It was close. Too close." They debated whether to turn back or keep going. Brian insisted they push forward. The trail was supposed to level out soon, and he didn't want to risk getting lost in the dark. Reluctantly, they pressed on, but the forest seemed to close in around them, the path less defined. Shadows stretched long and unnatural, twisting as if they had a life of their own. Every rustle of leaves sounded amplified, every distant crack of a branch echoing like footsteps. By mid-afternoon, fog began creeping in from the valley, curling between trees and around rocks. The trail became slippery, treacherous, and Alex found himself falling behind more and more. He tried to call out to Brian and Jamie, but his voice seemed to vanish into the fog. That's when he saw it. A figure standing across the trail, motionless, just beyond the fog. He froze. It was tall, thin, and draped in what looked like tattered clothing. Its head tilted unnaturally, almost like it was examining him. He blinked, and the figure was gone. "Guys," Alex shouted, panic rising. No response. His footsteps quickened. The forest seemed endless now, the fog swallowing the familiar landmarks. Every snap of a branch made him flinch. Then he heard it again, the low, scraping sound of something moving through the underbrush, deliberate, slow. He ran, boots slipping over wet roots, adrenaline surging. His lungs burned, and he stumbled over rocks, calling for Brian and Jamie. Silence answered. Eventually, Alex came to a small clearing where the fog thinned. He expected to see his friends, but instead, he found the remnants of what looked like a campsite, old, abandoned, and rotting. Rusted cans, a collapsed tent, and strange symbols scratched into the rocks and trees. The air was acrid with decay. His stomach churned. Whoever had been here last, he realized, had been gone a long time, but the symbols, some circular, some jagged, felt deliberately ominous, almost ritualistic. Then he saw the footprints. They were too large to be human and too numerous to belong to an animal. They circled the clearing in haphazard patterns, dragging something with each step. Alex's heart dropped as he followed them and saw, partially covered by dirt and leaves, a piece of fabric torn from a backpack, familiar fabric. He swallowed hard. It was Jamie's jacket. "Jamie," he whispered, panic overtaking him. He called her name again, but only the fog answered. Then came a whisper, so faint he almost thought he imagined it. "Get out." Alex spun around, and for a fleeting second, he thought he saw them, Brian and Jamie, standing at the edge of the clearing, but their faces were pale, elongated, and wrong. He stumbled backward, tripping over roots, and fell hard. Pain shot through his ankle. Groaning, he tried to crawl to the trail, but the fog seemed to twist around him, disorienting him, leading him in circles. Hours, or maybe minutes, he couldn't tell, passed in a haze of fear and exhaustion. Every sound felt like it came from something stalking him, every shadow a threat. At some point, the sky darkened completely, and he was alone. The wind had died down, replaced by an unnatural silence that pressed against his eardrums. His flashlight, which he had taken out in desperation, flickered weakly, casting trembling light across the fog. Then he heard it clearly. A voice, low and guttural, calling his name. Alex. He froze. The voice sounded like Brian, but distorted, layered with something else, something inhuman. He scrambled to his feet, limping toward where he thought the trail might be, following faint outlines of trees. The voice came again, closer now, accompanied by the sound of dragging, slow, heavy, deliberate. Finally, he reached a ridge, barely able to stand, heart hammering. Below him, the valley stretched out like a dark ocean, and in the fog, movement, shapes darting between trees, moving against the wind, circling, watching. Alex realized with a sickening clarity that he hadn't been alone at all. Whatever had followed them was still here, patient, intelligent, hunting. He tried to scream, but his voice failed him. The first light of dawn began to creep over the ridge. Alex stumbled down, the fog thinning slightly, revealing the trail, but it was a trail of carnage. Torn backpacks, abandoned shoes, and worst of all, signs of struggle. Blood streaked across roots and rocks. And then he saw them, Brian and Jamie, slumped against a tree, eyes wide with terror, but their bodies... wrong. Alex gagged. Their limbs were twisted in impossible angles, skin pale and mottled, their expressions frozen in pure horror. He backed away slowly, tears streaming, unable to comprehend the scene. The shapes in the forest shifted, coalescing into dark forms that watched him from the shadows. He knew he couldn't stay, couldn't linger, and with what little strength he had left, he limped down the trail away from the ridge, away from the forest that had taken his friends, away from the shadows that waited patiently. Hours later, when he stumbled onto the service road and found a passing car, he collapsed, unable to speak, only pointing to the forest behind him. The driver called the authorities, and a search party was organized. Days later, the hikers were found, but not in the way anyone would hope. Their bodies were intact, but their eyes, mouths, and expressions were frozen in that same unnatural terror Alex had witnessed on the ridge. Nothing else could be explained. No wildlife could have caused it, and no one ever found the shapes Alex had seen in the forest, the ones that had followed them, patient and hungry, waiting for the next group of hikers who dared venture into Cascade Ridge. Alex never hiked again. He moved to another state, started a new life, but the memory haunted him. At night, he could still hear the scraping, the whispers, and see those pale, twisted faces in the fog. He knew they were still out there, and he knew that one day someone else would wander into their forest. Story the end. The day started like any other. I had driven out of Atlanta early in the morning, heading northwest toward the Blue Ridge Mountains. The plan was simple: a solo hike along a trail called Ravens Hollow. I had heard of it from a forum dedicated to remote hikes, people describing it as secluded and undisturbed, perfect for someone who wanted to escape everything for a few hours. I had my backpack, water, snacks, a small first aid kit, and my phone with a full battery. I told myself I was prepared. The trailhead was barely noticeable, a narrow dirt path that disappeared into thick trees. A faded wooden sign read Raven's Hollow, half covered by moss. I parked my car and started walking, the crunch of leaves under my boots the only sound besides distant bird calls. At first, it was peaceful. The trail wound between towering oaks and maples. Sunlight dappled across the ground, and the smell of damp earth was strong. About an hour in, I noticed the silence starting to feel unnatural. The birds were gone. The wind seemed muted, and even my own footsteps sounded exaggerated, echoing in the stillness. I shrugged it off as just being alone in the forest, but an uneasy feeling settled in my chest. I reached a split in the trail. One path was clear and well-trodden, the other overgrown and narrow, almost hidden. A sign for the main trail pointed right. I hesitated then, drawn by curiosity, turned left onto the overgrown path. The further I went, the denser the forest became. Trees grew close together, their branches intertwining overhead, blotting out the sunlight. Shadows stretched across the trail, twisting in ways that seemed unnatural. I began to see objects along the path, small things almost discarded. A cracked water bottle, a torn sock, a single glove. Each one seemed too deliberate, placed almost as markers, and my stomach churned with unease. I told myself someone must have lost them recently, but the deeper I went, the stranger it felt. Then I heard it, a faint rustling, just beyond the trees. I froze. The sound stopped. I moved again, faster this time, my heart thudding. The rustling resumed, following me just out of sight. Panic started to set in. I came to a small clearing and found an abandoned campsite. A fire pit sat in the middle, cold with blackened stones, and the remnants of a tent lay collapsed in one corner. Scattered around were more personal items, a cracked phone, a blood-stained shirt, a torn notebook. My pulse raced. I wanted to leave immediately, but as I turned to go back, I realized the path I had taken no longer looked familiar. The forest seemed to have changed. Trees that should have been behind me now blocked my way, and the trail ahead looked unfamiliar. I was lost. My breathing grew ragged as I tried to backtrack, but every turn seemed to bring me deeper into the unknown. Then I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving through the brush. I froze. They stopped when I stopped, started when I did. My rational mind tried to convince me it was another hiker, lost like me, but the cadence was wrong. It didn't feel human. I broke into a run, stumbling over roots and rocks, branches tearing at my clothes and skin. The forest closed in around me, shadows thickening unnaturally. I tumbled down a small embankment, twisting my ankle, pain shooting up my leg. I lay there trying to catch my breath, listening. The footsteps were closer now, accompanied by a low, wet rustling that made my stomach turn. Shapes emerged from the trees. 3 figures, impossibly tall and thin, moved with a jerky, unnatural gait. Their faces were obscured by shadows, their limbs bent at angles no human body could achieve. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't. Fear rooted me to the ground. One of them leaned closer, tilting its head. Hollow eyes stared into mine, and its mouth opened impossibly wide, silent but somehow communicating menace. I felt my mind screaming, a pure, primal terror that I had never known. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, they were gone. I dragged myself to my feet and stumbled through the forest, following what I hoped was the correct trail. Hours passed. The light faded unnaturally fast, and I began to hallucinate. Or at least I thought I did. Shadows moved where there should be none. Whispers curled through the trees, and I kept seeing the figures out of the corner of my eye. Eventually, I found a faint path that led me back to a small road. My car was still there, and the sight of it brought a momentary relief so intense it made me dizzy. I drove home without looking back, ignoring the throbbing pain in my ankle, the scratches on my arms. Weeks later, I tried to tell someone about what I saw, but no one believed me. They called it stress, imagination, paranoia. But I know what I experienced. The shapes, the campsite, the unnatural trail, all of it was real. I tried to return once with another friend, thinking maybe I'd imagined it all. We followed the directions to the trailhead, but the path wasn't there. It was as if the forest had swallowed it whole. Then we heard footsteps behind us, just out of sight, moving with deliberate intent. We ran, fear propelling us until we found a road leading back to civilization. My friend swore she saw them, the tall, thin figures watching from the tree line, disappearing when we tried to look directly at them. Now, months later, I avoid the forest entirely. I can't stop thinking about it. Shadows seem to move unnaturally, even in my own home. Sometimes at night, I hear faint rustling outside my window, slow, deliberate steps, and I know the forest isn't done with me. I've read about missing hikers, cases never solved, trails that disappear from maps, and people who vanish without a trace. I wonder if Raven's Hollow is one of those places. It exists just beyond the edge of reality, waiting. And I know I will never return, but I also know I'll never truly escape what I saw there. Every time I walk past a patch of dense trees, my chest tightens, my stomach knots. The memory of those figures, the rustling, the unnatural silence, it's permanent. And I know one day someone else will wander into that forest, curious, alone, and they will encounter the same horror that I did. The shapes are patient. They wait. And sometimes I swear I still hear footsteps. Story the end. It started as a simple weekend getaway. Jenna, her brother Tyler, and their friend Marcus had decided to hike a lesser-known trail in the Blue Ridge Mountains. It was late October, the leaves were at peak color, and the weather was cold but dry. Jenna had insisted on this particular trail because it promised solitude, and the three of them were looking to escape the crowds that always flocked to more popular spots. The parking lot at the trailhead was nearly empty when they arrived, a thin layer of frost coating the asphalt. Tyler unloaded the gear while Marcus fiddled with his camera, excited about the possibility of capturing the brilliant fall scenery. Jenna had checked the map again, confirming the route. "We start here," she said, pointing to a barely visible line. "It loops back in about 8 miles, and there's a small waterfall roughly halfway." The first few hours were calm. The trail wound along ridges and through patches of dense forest. The air smelled of pine and damp leaves, and the occasional crow cawed overhead. Tyler and Marcus bickered lightly about whose turn it was to carry the heavier pack, while Jenna stayed focused on the trail, scanning for markers. It was around midday when the first oddity appeared. They came across a small clearing with what appeared to be a makeshift campsite. Ashes in a circle, a few broken sticks, and a faded, torn blanket. It looked abandoned, though the ground was muddy enough to suggest recent activity. "Maybe someone's been living out here," Marcus said, kneeling to inspect the ashes. "Looks fresh." Jenna frowned. "It doesn't make sense. This trail isn't popular and we haven't passed anyone yet." They pressed on, uneasy but dismissing it as just coincidence. The forest grew thicker as the afternoon wore on, the canopy blocking more sunlight. The sound of their footsteps on the leaf-strewn path seemed unnaturally loud in the heavy silence. Then Tyler stopped. "Wait, do you hear that?" A low, dragging sound came from somewhere ahead, muffled but deliberate. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It was something moving on the forest floor. Something big. "Probably just a deer," Jenna said, though her voice lacked conviction. The sound continued, always just out of sight, following them, keeping pace. Marcus tried to laugh it off, joking about a forest monster, but the forced humor did nothing to calm them. An hour later, the trail forked unexpectedly. Jenna consulted the map. It showed a straight path, but the trail split into 2 narrow, overgrown routes. Tyler hesitated, but Jenna insisted they take the left path, reasoning it would lead more directly to the waterfall. As they moved forward, the dragging sound returned, closer this time, punctuated by a wet, sucking noise. Suddenly, Marcus froze. "Look!" He pointed to the ground. Footprints. Massive footprints, longer than any humans, with wide, splayed toes pressed deep into the damp soil. They were heading in the same direction as the three of them. "Keep moving," Jenna whispered, her voice tight. The forest seemed to close in around them. The trees twisted unnaturally, roots curling like serpents across the trail. Shadows stretched in impossible ways, creating the illusion of figures that disappeared when they tried to look directly at them. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, a sound echoed through the trees, a wet, rasping breath, followed by a low groan that seemed to come from every direction at once. Jenna grabbed Tyler's hand, and Marcus fumbled with his flashlight, but the beam barely cut through the thickening shadows. They stumbled into a small ravine, hoping the change in terrain would provide some clarity. Instead, they found themselves disoriented, the trail gone, replaced by thick undergrowth and steep, uneven ground. Then, in the corner of Jenna's vision, she saw movement. A tall, thin figure, hunched over, limbs bent at unnatural angles, emerging from the shadows. Its skin was dark and slick, glistening like wet leather. It had no face, only a smooth, featureless expanse where eyes, nose, and mouth should have been. "Run!" Tyler yelled, but his voice was swallowed by the forest. They ran blindly, crashing through underbrush and over roots, slipping on wet leaves. The figure followed, moving impossibly fast despite its awkward limbs. Occasionally, other shapes would appear in the distance, equally tall, equally grotesque, watching, waiting. Eventually, they stumbled into a clearing where the waterfall should have been, but instead, the stream was dry, leaving jagged rocks and mud. The forest beyond was dark, endless, suffocating. They realized with growing horror that no matter which direction they went, they could not escape. The terrain looped impossibly, leading them back to the same clearing, the same dry waterfall, the same feeling of being hunted. Night fell completely. The figures closed in, their silent presence felt rather than seen. Jenna, Tyler, and Marcus huddled behind a fallen tree, trying to catch their breath. They whispered, trying to devise a plan, but the forest itself seemed to absorb their words. The creatures circled, always just out of reach, always observing. Hours passed, though time felt meaningless. Hunger, exhaustion, and fear weighed heavily on them. When the first light of dawn broke through the canopy, the forest had shifted again. The path they had fought to follow was gone. Trees loomed closer, the shadows deeper, and the shapes moved among them, patient and silent. They attempted to retrace their steps, stumbling through the impossibly shifting terrain. Marcus fell, hitting his head on a rock, and for a moment they thought he might be unconscious. But when he opened his eyes, his expression was vacant, distant, as if he had glimpsed something beyond human understanding. Finally, after what felt like days, or perhaps hours, they emerged onto a logging road, miles from where they thought they should be. They were covered in cuts, bruises, and mud. Jenna's phone had no signal, Tyler's pack was ripped, and Marcus was shaking uncontrollably, muttering about the figures with no faces. They made it back to their car, but none of them spoke on the drive home. The forest behind them remained quiet, deceptively peaceful, as if it had never been anything but ordinary. In the following weeks, Marcus refused to leave his room, haunted by nightmares of the faceless shapes and the endless loop of the forest. Tyler had nightmares too, waking up screaming, drenched in sweat. Jenna tried to return, convinced it had been a hallucination, but every attempt to find the trail ended in disorientation or panic. The forest was different now, twisted and alive, and the memory of it lingered in every shadow, every quiet place. They never hiked again. They avoided forests entirely, leaving the mountains to others. But sometimes in the dead of night, Jenna would hear that wet, rasping breath, feel the eyes of something patient and unmoving, waiting beyond the darkness, remembering. The forest is still there, unchanged to anyone else, but to them it remains a trap, a place where reality bends, time loops, and unseen watchers hunt endlessly. Those who wander too far, too deep, never return the same, or at all. Story the end. I parked my old Jeep at the trailhead around 6:30 a.m., the air still thick with early morning fog. The Appalachian Mountains in Virginia were beautiful this time of year, brilliant reds, oranges, and yellows. But that's not why I was here. I needed to clear my head. Work had been unbearable, my apartment suffocating, and the monotony of daily life was eating me alive. Hiking alone in isolation had always been my reset button. I checked my pack one last time. Water, granola bars, first aid kit, flashlight, map, compass, and my trusty hiking knife. I wore my usual boots and a light jacket. The weather was cool, but not cold. The trail ahead was narrow and twisted, a path less traveled, which is exactly what I wanted. I wanted no other hikers, no interruptions, just me and the mountain. The first few miles were peaceful. Fog clung to the trees like a low-hanging cloud, muffling sound and making everything eerily quiet. I could hear only my boots crunching on wet leaves and the occasional drip of water from the branches. The silence was comforting at first. I moved quickly, energized by the fresh air and solitude. By mid-morning, the trail steepened. The fog had begun to lift, revealing glimpses of the valley below. That's when I noticed it. A figure at the edge of the trail, standing perfectly still. At first, I thought it was a hiker taking a break, but as I approached, it vanished. No movement, no sound, just gone. I paused, scanning the trees, but there was nothing. My pulse quickened, but I shrugged it off, telling myself I'd imagined it. I continued. Hours passed. The trail became more rugged, fallen branches and roots turning each step into a careful calculation. Around noon, I reached a clearing I had planned to use as a lunch spot. I set down my pack, ate, and drank some water. As I leaned back against a rock, I felt a presence, a subtle shift in the air, a brush of attention I couldn't ignore. That's when I saw the footprints. Not mine. Fresh, large, boot-like impressions leading away from the clearing, deeper into the trees. They weren't human. They were too large, too wide, with odd, irregular shapes at the toes. My stomach knotted. I stared at them, hesitant to follow, but compelled by an unease I couldn't define. I decided to keep moving, trying to maintain distance from whatever had left the tracks. The afternoon sun dimmed behind thick clouds, casting the forest in gray shadows. The trail twisted into dense woods, steep and isolating. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. The feeling of being watched grew heavier, almost tangible, pressing down on me. By late afternoon, I reached my intended campsite, a small clearing near a stream. I pitched my tent, gathered firewood, and tried to relax. But as I worked, I noticed more signs: twisted branches along the trail, markings on trees, footprints circling my campsite. Some prints were enormous, wider than any boot I'd ever seen. Others were small, almost childlike, but distorted, uneven. My rational mind tried to explain it. Animal tracks, natural formations, but my gut screamed otherwise. Night fell fast. I lit a small fire and cooked a simple dinner. Shadows danced across the trees, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Around 8 p.m., I heard the first noise. A soft, deliberate rustling in the underbrush. I froze, straining my ears. The sound circled the campsite, never coming closer but never leaving. I shined my flashlight toward the noise. A figure flitted between trees, a silhouette so thin and tall it didn't seem human. When the beam passed, it vanished. I got inside my tent, zipped it closed, and sat trembling, flashlight on my lap. Every instinct told me to run, but where? The trail back down would take hours in the dark, and I didn't know if that figure was waiting for me somewhere along the way. Hours passed in tense silence. Occasionally, I thought I heard footsteps, whispering, or the snap of a twig close by. Once, a voice floated through the trees, low and uneven. "You shouldn't be here." No accent, no inflection, just a statement. My heart raced. I gripped my knife, but that offered little comfort. Around 2 a.m., sleep overtook me, exhausted from adrenaline and fear. But the forest didn't sleep. I awoke to rustling directly outside my tent, deliberate and slow. The figure was there, tall and featureless, just beyond the thin fabric. A whisper this time. I've been waiting. Panic consumed me. I grabbed my flashlight and ran blindly into the trees, boots slipping on wet leaves, arms cutting branches. I didn't know the direction. I didn't care. I just needed to get away. I could hear pursuit, soft, uneven steps behind me, never fast, never overtaking, but always there. Hours, or maybe minutes, I ran, exhausted and bleeding from scratches and brambles. Eventually, the forest thinned, and I stumbled onto a familiar section of trail. I didn't stop running until the trailhead appeared in sight, dawn breaking over the mountains. The parking lot was empty. I threw my pack into the Jeep and drove off, heart pounding, hands trembling on the wheel. Weeks passed. I tried to dismiss it as imagination, as exhaustion, as an overactive mind. But sometimes at night I hear rustling in my apartment, shadows that move against the walls, whispers in the wind. And sometimes I find small, inexplicable marks on my belongings, scratches, smudges, odd symbols etched into wood or fabric, as if the forest itself has followed me home. I know now that the woods are not just a place, they are a presence. They notice, they watch, they wait. Some who enter alone never leave fully. Part of me is still there in that dark, silent forest, marked and tracked by something patient and relentless. I will never hike alone again. And yet, when I hear the wind through the trees outside my window, I still think I hear it whisper, "You shouldn't be here." Story the end. It started as a simple weekend plan. Eric, Maddie, and two of their college friends, Tom and Claire, wanted to hike a relatively obscure section of the Blue Ridge Mountains in North Carolina. They had all grown up in cities and suburbs, craving a sense of isolation, a taste of the wilderness that wasn't crowded with tourists. Eric had been the most insistent. "We need a real adventure, not some crowded trail with Instagram influencers," he said. Maddie had been hesitant at first, worried about the remoteness, but peer pressure and Eric's insistence won out. They set out Friday morning, driving past small towns, farms, and eventually into twisting mountain roads lined with towering trees. The sun was bright, and the air smelled of pine and damp earth. Spirits were high. Laughter and music filled the car. By early afternoon, they arrived at a trailhead marked only by a faded wooden post. The parking area was small and gravelly, with overgrown grass around the edges. "Looks untouched," Maddie said, adjusting her backpack. "I like it." "Exactly what we wanted," Eric replied, strapping on his hiking boots. Tom checked his GPS, but the signal was weak. "We might want to mark our trail, just in case," he suggested, tying a brightly colored ribbon around a branch near the parking area. They began hiking. The trail was narrow and overgrown, twisting through dense woods. At first, it was pleasant. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, and they spotted small birds and squirrels. Conversation flowed easily, but after a few hours, the woods began to change. The sunlight dimmed as the canopy thickened, and a persistent dampness made the air feel heavy. The sounds of birds and wind diminished until the forest was almost unnervingly silent. "This is weird," Maddie whispered. "Where did all the birds go?" "Maybe they're just deeper in the trees," Tom said, though he didn't sound convincing. They continued. The trail became less defined. Roots and fallen branches created obstacles, and the group had to step carefully. Eric insisted they keep going, confident they would reach a scenic overlook. That confidence began to feel hollow as shadows seemed to shift unnaturally around them, stretching in ways that didn't match the sun. Hours later, they stumbled into a small clearing. In the center was an abandoned wooden shack. Its walls were warped, rotted in places, and a small chimney leaned to one side. The door creaked on its hinges in the wind, or maybe because someone had touched it. "No way. This place is creepy." "This place is creepy," Claire muttered, stepping back. "Let's just check it out," Eric said. "It might be shelter if it rains." Inside, the air was thick with mold and decay. Broken furniture was scattered across the floor, and the remnants of what might have once been a bed were covered in dirt and leaves. On the walls were strange symbols drawn with what appeared to be charcoal or ash. Some looked like primitive markings, others more like scratches made in a frantic, desperate motion. Maddie shivered. "This feels wrong." Before anyone could respond, a low sound came from beneath the floorboards, a scratching, like something clawing at wood. The friends froze. The sound was slow at first, then rapid, almost desperate. "Probably rats," Tom said, though his voice trembled. Suddenly, a trapdoor in the center of the floor rattled violently. Claire stepped back, her flashlight beam shaking. "Nope. Nope, we're leaving." Eric, curiosity overcoming caution, bent down to open the trapdoor. It revealed a narrow staircase descending into darkness. A rotten smell wafted up, strong enough to make Maddie gag. "I said we shouldn't," Claire whispered, gripping Eric's arm. "We just take a quick look," he insisted. The basement was cramped and suffocating. Old jars lined shelves along the walls, each containing murky liquid and unidentifiable shapes. Animal bones were arranged on the floor in geometric patterns, some charred, some stained dark with something that might have been blood. Maddie noticed a circle of candles, long burnt out but still giving the impression that someone had been there recently. Then the scratching started again, louder this time, coming from the far corner of the basement. It was accompanied by a low, wet growl that made their skin crawl. Maddie's flashlight flickered. "Get out! Now!" she yelled. Before they could move, a figure appeared from the shadows. It was humanoid but wrong. Its limbs were too long, its head tilted unnaturally, and its eyes, if they could be called eyes, reflected the flashlight beams like mirrors. Its mouth opened in a silent scream, revealing jagged, blackened teeth. They fled upstairs in a panic, tripping over debris. The figure didn't follow immediately, but they could hear its low, distorted breathing from below. Outside, the forest seemed different, darker, almost alive. The trees leaned inward, their branches like claws. Fog had started to rise from the forest floor, curling around the trunks and reducing visibility. They ran blindly down the trail. Maddie's foot caught a root, and she fell hard. Eric helped her up, but she was limping badly. Tom and Claire stayed close, all of them glancing constantly over their shoulders. Every snap of a branch made their hearts leap. Hours, or what felt like hours, passed. They began to feel disoriented. The trail looped unnaturally, bringing them back to the clearing with the shack multiple times. Each time, the fog thickened and the figure or figures appeared closer than before. Shadows seemed to move on their own, crawling along the trees as if the forest itself were alive and watching them. At one point, they reached a stream. The water was black and thick, and as they stepped in to cross, Maddie screamed. Something unseen tugged at her ankle, pulling her toward the water. Eric grabbed her, pulling with all his strength, but the sensation persisted, cold, wet, almost alive. Finally, they stumbled across, gasping for breath, and continued running. By nightfall, they reached a cliff that overlooked a small town in the valley below. Relief washed over them, but it was fleeting. Across the valley, in the distance, another figure appeared, just as distorted and unnatural as the first. It moved slowly, deliberately, scanning the forest below. The friends had nowhere to go but down along the treacherous slope. They descended carefully, Maddie still injured, and the others supporting her. Every step was agony, and the figures in the distance followed, their shapes shifting unnaturally. Occasionally, branches snapped behind them, though nobody was there. The fog wrapped around their legs, damp and cold as if trying to drag them back. When they finally reached a dirt road, exhaustion and relief collided. There, parked haphazardly on the roadside, was an old vehicle. Its windows were shattered and symbols were carved into the metal. The friends froze. Before they could move, the fog rolled in again, and multiple figures emerged from the forest, silent, distorted, surrounding them. Eric tried to push forward, but a hand, or something like a hand, grabbed his shoulder. He swung, but his fist passed through nothing. Maddie screamed as a shadowy limb brushed past her, cold and sticky. Claire and Tom ran toward the road, but the figures followed, each step silent and deliberate. Then, as suddenly as it began, the fog lifted. The sun was rising. The town lights flickered on below. Eric opened his eyes and found himself alone, sitting on the roadside, bloodied and exhausted. Maddie, Tom, and Claire were gone. No footprints, no signs of struggle, nothing. Authorities searched the area, but nothing was found. The locals avoided the section of forest entirely, whispering stories about hikers who vanished without a trace. Eric never returned. He continued hiking, but the memory of that weekend never left him. Sometimes, driving through the mountains, he swore he could see shapes at the edge of the tree line. Watching, waiting, and the words carved into the old trees haunted him. You are not alone. Story the end. It was late September when a group of 4 of us, myself, my brother Ryan, our friend Chloe, and her boyfriend Derek, decided to hike a section of the White Mountains in New Hampshire. We'd been planning this trip for months, a long weekend to escape the city and push ourselves on some of the more challenging trails. None of us were beginners, but the White Mountains were known for being unpredictable, and the idea of solitude and rugged terrain was part of the draw. We never expected the trip to turn into something I'd never be able to shake. We started early in the morning, the air sharp with the first hints of autumn. The trailhead was quiet, almost eerily so, aside from a few scattered hikers heading the opposite direction. We joked about how lucky we were to have almost the entire trail to ourselves. The first few miles were invigorating, crisp air, vibrant foliage, and the occasional rustle of wildlife. Ryan kept up a running commentary, making jokes about mountain monsters and ghost hikers, which Chloe and I laughed at. Derek, as usual, was focused on keeping pace, his camera slung over his shoulder, documenting every moment. As the day progressed, the trail became more isolated. We passed the last group of hikers just before a narrow ridge that overlooked a deep valley. The wind picked up and the trees began to sway violently, casting long, flickering shadows. I remember noticing a strange silence descending over the forest, almost like the air itself had thickened. The birds had vanished, the only sound was the wind and the distant rush of a creek far below. It was Chloe who first noticed it. She froze mid-step, pointing toward a cluster of trees across a small clearing. "Did you see that?" she whispered. I squinted, trying to focus. At first, I saw nothing. Then, just for a second, a figure emerged from the trees. Tall, impossibly thin, almost skeletal. It didn't run, didn't move in a natural way. It simply glided forward, almost like it was floating above the ground. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. Ryan laughed nervously. "Probably just a deer, or one of those weird trick shadows," he said, though I noticed the tremor in his voice. Derek didn't comment, just adjusted his camera and kept walking. But Chloe didn't move. Her face was pale, and she kept muttering about something wrong here. We tried to shake it off and kept moving, but as the trail twisted deeper into the forest, the feeling of being watched intensified. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made us jump. Shadows seemed to shift unnaturally, bending around tree trunks, growing longer and darker than they should have. I began to notice footprints alongside ours, too elongated, too narrow, and impossibly deep to belong to a human. By mid-afternoon, the sun was low, and we realized we had veered off the main trail. What should have been a clear path was now a tangle of overgrowth, fallen logs and rocks slick with moss. Panic started to seep in. We tried to retrace our steps, but nothing looked familiar. The forest seemed to twist around us, the ridgelines and valleys warping in ways that didn't make sense. Then came the sound of breathing. Soft at first, like someone was just behind us, but it grew louder, heavier, deliberate. We froze, trying to pinpoint its location. Nothing moved, yet the presence was undeniable. Derek suggested calling out, but Ryan and I shook our heads. "Don't," I warned. "Whatever it is, you don't want it knowing we're aware." Hours passed, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell. The sun set fully, and the darkness enveloped us. Our headlamps barely cut through the blackness, and the shadows seemed to press closer. Then Chloe screamed. I turned to see her pointing at a tree just a few yards away. A figure crouched there, impossibly thin, its limbs bent at unnatural angles, head cocked to one side. Its eyes glowed faintly in the light of our lamps, yellow and reflective. It didn't move, only watched. The hair on my arms stood on end. Ryan bolted, sprinting blindly through the trees. Derek and I shouted after him, but he was gone in seconds. Chloe and I were paralyzed with fear, unable to move. The figure shifted, moving closer, its movements jerky, unnatural, like it was testing its limits. We ran when it advanced a step, crashing through underbrush, stumbling over roots and rocks. I could hear it behind the snapping of branches, the low guttural sound of its voice, or was it a growl? Chloe tripped and fell hard on the rocky ground. I grabbed her arm, pulling her up, but she screamed again as the figure loomed closer, its face twisted, grotesque, impossibly alien. We reached a small clearing, and for the first time, I saw its full form. It was taller than any man, limbs too long, fingers ending in claw-like tips. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes glowed like embers. It moved with a predatory grace, faster than any human should be able to. We ran blindly until we found an old logging road. The sight of a rusted truck nearby gave us hope. We ran toward it, shouting, hoping anyone was around. The figure didn't follow us onto the road, but we didn't stop to question why. We jumped into the truck and drove down the dirt road, not looking back. Hours later, we emerged near a small town. We called the police and described what happened, but our story sounded unbelievable. They sent a ranger to check the area, but there were no signs of the figure, no tracks, nothing except our own footprints and the deep impressions of something else that ended abruptly in the forest. Ryan was never found. Derek swore he saw him being dragged into the trees by something invisible, and Chloe and I barely escaped with our lives. We were told later that hikers in the White Mountains occasionally reported strange figures, footprints, and sounds, but authorities attributed it to wildlife and overactive imaginations. I don't believe that. I know what I saw, and I know that something in those mountains hunts, watches, and waits. Even now, years later, I still dream about the forest. I hear the snapping of twigs in the dark and see the glow of eyes just beyond the tree line, and I know deep down that the mountains didn't want us there, and that something followed us home in memory, if not in flesh. The mountains are beautiful, but I can't go near them again. The forest is patient. It waits for the unwary, the curious, and the reckless, and when it finds them, it shows them what lurks in the dark. Story. The end. The sun was just rising over the Appalachian foothills in West Virginia when Aaron, Emily, and their two friends, Sam and Nicole, set out for a weekend hike. They had heard about a remote trail called Widow's Ridge, known for its sweeping views and near-deserted paths. The trail was notoriously tricky, with steep drops, narrow ledges, and sections of dense underbrush that forced hikers into single-file lines. Aaron had been planning the trip for months, insisting it would be a perfect adventure, even though none of them had hiked that far before. The first few miles went smoothly. Crisp fall air filled their lungs, and the smell of pine and damp earth was intoxicating. Birds sang from the canopy above, and the morning sunlight dappled through the leaves. Emily laughed as Sam slipped in a patch of mud, pulling her down with him. Nicole rolled her eyes but couldn't help smiling. Everything felt picturesque, almost too perfect. By mid-morning, the trail began to narrow, snaking between jagged rocks and thick undergrowth. They came across an old wooden sign, half-rotted and illegible, warning hikers to turn back or beware. Aaron brushed it off. It's probably just old trail maintenance, nothing to worry about. But the atmosphere began to shift. The wind whispered through the trees in strange patterns, making the rustling leaves sound almost like whispers. Emily kept catching glimpses of movement in the periphery of her vision, but whenever she turned, there was nothing there. As they climbed higher, Sam, who had a habit of wandering off to take photos, disappeared briefly behind a large outcrop. "Don't go too far," Emily called. Sam waved, smiling, holding his camera, but something in his expression seemed off. His eyes looked darker, more hollow. By midday, they reached a section of trail that was nothing more than a narrow ledge along a cliffside. The drop was sheer, disappearing into a foggy abyss below. Nicole led cautiously, gripping roots and rocks for balance. Emily felt her stomach knot with unease, the height and isolation pressing on her chest. Suddenly, Sam stopped and pointed at the trees across the chasm. "Do you guys see that?" he asked, voice trembling slightly. Emily squinted. She thought she saw a figure standing among the trees, a tall, thin man, motionless, watching them. "It's probably just a hiker," Aaron said, but even he avoided looking directly for long. The figure didn't move, and then, without warning, it vanished. "Let's keep moving," Emily said, trying to sound braver than she felt. The group pressed on, but the trail seemed to shift in impossible ways. Every turn felt familiar, as if they were walking in circles, yet the landmarks didn't match the map. The GPS on Aaron's phone had already lost signal. By late afternoon, the temperature dropped, and a low fog began to settle over the trail. Visibility was limited to a few feet. They found a small clearing and decided to rest briefly, but unease gnawed at them. Emily swore she heard footsteps in the underbrush, matching their pace, stopping whenever they stopped. Nicole clutched her backpack strap, eyes darting around. Aaron suggested they keep moving to a lower elevation before dark. As they did, the whispers in the wind grew louder, almost forming words. Emily couldn't make out the meaning, but the tone was unmistakably sinister. As twilight approached, they stumbled upon an abandoned cabin, half collapsed and covered in moss. The door was ajar, creaking in the breeze. Against better judgment, Aaron suggested they take shelter there while night fell. Inside, the air was damp and smelled of rot. Broken furniture lay scattered, and the floor was covered in debris. On the wall, someone or something had scratched messages in the wood. "Leave now. The forest takes," and in smaller letters, "You are next." Emily's heart raced. Sam, still holding his camera, ventured to inspect a dark corner and froze. "Guys, come look at this," he whispered. They followed him to see a circle of stones on the floor, inside of which were small bones and dried leaves arranged in a ritualistic pattern. Emily gagged at the smell of decay. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind them. They all jumped, panic rising. The cabin shivered, and a low, guttural sound echoed from outside, like something massive moving through the trees. The whispers intensified, now clearly chanting in a language none of them recognized. Aaron tried to open the door, locked. Sam pounded on the walls and shouted for help, but no response came. The air grew colder, their breaths visible in the dim light. Shadows stretched unnaturally along the walls, seeming to reach for them. Then they saw movement in the corner, a figure emerging from the darkness. It was impossibly thin, with long limbs bending in ways that shouldn't be human. Its face was featureless, black and void-like. It drifted silently toward them. Emily screamed, clutching Nicole, while Aaron tried to push past the figure, but the cabin seemed to distort, stretching impossibly, the walls bending and closing in. Sam vanished suddenly, as if swallowed by the shadows. In a blind panic, they found a small window, broke the glass, and climbed out. The forest outside was different, twisted, unfamiliar. Trees loomed like giants, and the fog had thickened into an impenetrable gray wall. Every step they took led them deeper into the labyrinthine woods rather than toward the parking area. Night fell completely. Emily's flashlight flickered, barely illuminating the path. Whispers now surrounded them, closer, as if dozens of unseen entities were circling. Shapes moved in the darkness, darting between trees, vanishing when looked at directly. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. Exhaustion overtook reason. They argued about which direction to go, eventually splitting up in desperation. Emily ran alone, branches tearing at her clothes, her lungs burning. She thought she saw Aaron and Nicole ahead, but when she reached where she thought they were gone. Only the fog remained, thick and suffocating. Eventually, Emily collapsed near a stream. Her clothes were torn, hands raw, and her voice hoarse from screaming. She lay there until the first hints of dawn crept through the trees. Crawling toward what she hoped was the trailhead, she finally stumbled onto a dirt road and flagged down a passing vehicle. The driver called authorities, and she was rescued. Search teams scoured Widow's Ridge for days. Aaron, Sam, and Nicole were never found. Hikers reported seeing unnatural shapes among the trees, lights flickering in the fog, and hearing whispers that seemed to follow them along the trail. Emily could never shake the feeling that she hadn't really escaped, that something had followed her out, lurking just beyond sight, waiting for the next time she returned. Even years later, she wouldn't hike again. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the figure with the featureless face, the twisted limbs, and the ritualistic markings in the cabin. She heard the whispers on the wind, always the same: "The forest takes, you are next." Story the end. It was late September when I decided to tackle the Lonesome Ridge Trail in the Appalachian Mountains. I had been hiking for years, always chasing more remote trails, the kind that few people bothered to explore. My friends thought I was crazy to go alone, but I liked the solitude, the way it stripped everything down to the basics: you, your gear, and the woods. That morning, the air was crisp, the kind of sharp cold that makes your lungs ache slightly with every breath. I parked at the trailhead, checked my pack for the fourth time, and started walking. The forest was quiet, too quiet. Birds chirped sparingly, and the wind seemed hesitant, only rustling the leaves occasionally as if it didn't want to wake something. The first few miles were uneventful. The trail was steep in sections, covered with fallen leaves that made footing tricky, but I was experienced. I passed a small creek, stopping briefly to drink and refill my bottle. There was a smell in the air, something metallic, faint but unmistakable, like rusted iron. I brushed it off, telling myself it was just the soil and the water mixing, and continued. By noon, the sky had begun to darken, not with storm clouds, but with a strange, heavy gray haze. Shadows deepened unnaturally between the trees, and the forest seemed quieter. Too quiet. My GPS signal started flickering, something I had never experienced in that area before. I stopped to check my map, trying to get my bearings, and noticed the trail I had been following seemed to diverge oddly. There wasn't a fork I remembered, just a narrow, overgrown path veering sharply left. I hesitated, unease crawling up my spine. Something about the path didn't feel right. But curiosity got the better of me. I was always one to explore, and the main trail would loop back eventually. I stepped onto it, pushing aside branches, the undergrowth scraping my arms and legs. Immediately, the forest felt different, denser, darker, the trees impossibly close together. The metallic smell grew stronger, mixed now with something acrid like burnt hair. About an hour in, I stumbled across remnants of a campsite: old, rotting tents, burned-out fires, and scattered belongings. Nothing seemed recent, but the way the debris was strewn felt chaotic, almost frantic. My stomach turned, but I rationalized it. Maybe hikers had abandoned it years ago. I kept moving. That's when I first heard the voice. It was soft, almost a whisper, carried on the wind. It sounded like a man calling for help, hoarse and broken. I froze, straining to hear. "Hello?" I called back, my voice unusually loud in the stillness. No answer. I walked cautiously toward where I thought the sound came from, only to find a small clearing with nothing but the forest floor, littered with dead leaves and the faint remnants of animal tracks. I started feeling watched. The hairs on my arms and neck stood up, and every rustle of leaves sent a jolt through me. Shadows seemed to shift as I passed, not with the natural movement of the trees, but almost intentionally, as if something were following me. I tried to tell myself it was my mind playing tricks, that isolation can do strange things to the senses. But deep down, I knew this wasn't normal. By mid-afternoon, The sun was barely breaking through the gray haze, and I realized I had no idea where I was. My GPS was dead, my phone barely clinging to signal, and the map I had looked at earlier seemed useless. The trails didn't match anything I could see around me. Panic started to settle in, slow and creeping. I picked up my pace, trying to retrace my steps. That's when I saw it. Footprints. Not normal hiker footprints. They were too large, uneven, and deeply pressed into the soil. They didn't belong to any animal I knew, and the spacing was wrong for a human stride. I followed them cautiously, partly out of curiosity, partly out of fear. They led deeper into the forest, into areas where the trees were so dense that sunlight didn't penetrate, and the air grew stifling, almost suffocating. The metallic smell was overwhelming now, and a faint wet sound followed me, like something dragging behind. I told myself it was a branch, that I was imagining it, but my gut screamed otherwise. Suddenly, I stumbled into a clearing that looked like something out of a nightmare. A shallow pit had been dug in the center, the soil dark and clotted with old, dried blood. Around it were crude symbols etched into nearby trees, shapes I didn't recognize, but that seemed to pulse with a sinister rhythm in my mind. The footprints ended here. I scanned the area frantically, every shadow now seeming alive, and that's when I heard the whisper again. Closer this time. Come. Closer. I ran. Branches tore at my clothes and skin, my heart pounding, my breath ragged. I didn't look back. For what felt like hours, I sprinted blindly through the forest, desperate to find the trail. The woods had changed again, now labyrinthine, twisting in ways that made no sense. Every time I thought I recognized a landmark, it disappeared. I tripped over roots, fell into streams, and yet the voice continued, echoing, always just behind me, sometimes calling my name. Eventually, I saw a faint glow through the trees. Daylight? I stumbled toward it, only to realize it was not sunlight, but something else. A pale, sickly light that hung over a part of the forest unlike any I had seen. Shadows moved within it, darker than the darkness, and I caught glimpses of figures, tall, thin, impossibly still. They didn't move like humans, but like something that shouldn't exist. I froze, too terrified to run, too aware that I couldn't turn back. One of them moved then, slowly, deliberately, toward me. Its face was hidden, but I felt its gaze pierce me, and the smell hit me, rot and iron and something far worse. I stumbled backward, my mind screaming, and something cold and wet brushed against my arm. I turned and ran blindly into the trees again, the forest now a maze with no exit. Night fell quickly, faster than it should have. The temperature plummeted, my flashlight useless against the unnatural darkness. The whispers became constant now, circling me, pressing into my ears with words I couldn't understand but felt deep in my chest. Stay. Don't leave. Belong. My legs ached, my lungs burned, but I couldn't stop. Every time I slowed, the shadows would tighten around me, creeping closer. Hours later, I collapsed by a tree, exhausted and shivering. The whispers faded, but the feeling of being watched never did. I closed my eyes, trying to rest, when I heard the first scream. It was human, guttural, raw, and it echoed through the trees in a way that made my stomach twist. I bolted upright, and the forest seemed to shift, like the trees themselves were closing in. I ran again until my legs gave out and I fell into a shallow ravine. Pain shot through my side, but I didn't care. Dawn came, though not fully, just a gray haze breaking the night. I was bleeding, scratched, and my pack had torn open, supplies scattered. I stumbled into what looked like a familiar area, and for a brief, terrifying moment, I thought I had found the trail. But then I saw the footprints, my own, leading into the ravine I had fallen from, then continuing beyond it, deeper into the forest. I never went back for my lost supplies. I followed the trail as best I could, moving slowly, wary of every sound. The forest seemed alive now, reacting to my presence, twisting and turning paths, hiding landmarks. When I finally stumbled onto the main trail, hours later, I didn't dare stop. I kept moving, out of the woods, down the mountain until I saw the parking lot. My car was there, untouched, the forest behind it silent. I didn't speak to anyone about what happened. People would call me crazy. I told my friends I had gotten lost, that I had been foolish, that the forest had swallowed me up for hours. But I knew the truth. Something had followed me, something that waited in the woods, something that I had glimpsed only briefly, but would never forget. The metallic smell never left me, even days later, clinging to my clothes and skin as if it had become part of me. I've hiked many trails since, but I never went back to Lonesome Ridge. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night hearing a whisper just at the edge of my hearing, and I know it's waiting, waiting for the next time I think I can handle solitude, waiting for the next hiker to wander too far, too deep into the forest that shouldn't exist the way it does. And I know I wasn't the first to hear it, nor will I be the last. Story the end. I left the city early on a Saturday morning, the sun just starting to peek over the skyline, promising a warm autumn day. My plan was simple. Hike the Old Rag Trail in Virginia, a route I'd done a few times before. I packed my bag with the usual water, snacks, first aid kit, flashlight, phone, extra layers, and set off with a sense of excitement. I like hiking alone. There's a clarity to it, a kind of meditation that comes with being surrounded by trees, rock, and silence. But from the moment I entered the parking lot, something felt off. The lot was almost empty, just a few cars, and the usual chatter of early hikers was subdued, almost absent. I noticed a feeling creeping into my chest, a subtle tension, like the air itself was heavier than normal. I told myself it was just nerves, or maybe I was reading too much into it. I laced up my boots, adjusted my pack, and started up the trail. The first couple of miles were uneventful, the kind of calm I expect from a morning hike. The trail was damp with morning dew, leaves crunching underfoot, sunlight dappling through the trees. I passed a few other hikers, waving to them, but most were silent, focused on their own trek. By the time I reached the switchbacks, I was alone. The path grew narrower, the trees closing in, and the quiet became oppressive. Not the peaceful quiet I love, but something else, thick and expectant, like the forest was waiting. I heard it first as a soft crack, like a branch snapping underfoot. I froze and scanned the undergrowth. Nothing. I shrugged it off, blaming my imagination, and kept going. Then I heard it again. This time, it wasn't a branch. It was a dragging sound, low and deliberate, moving just off the trail. My pulse quickened. I tried to convince myself it was a deer or a loose rock tumbling down the slope, but it didn't sound natural. By the time I reached a small clearing halfway up the mountain, I saw something that made me stop dead. Scratched into the bark of several trees were symbols, rough, jagged lines, spiraling in ways that didn't make sense. Some looked almost like letters, others like faces twisted in pain. The markings were fresh, raw against the bark. I scanned the area, and that's when I noticed footprints. They were human-like, but too large, too irregular. Some were on the trail, some in the undergrowth, and they didn't follow a straight path. It was as if the thing making them was moving erratically, circling, hunting. A chill ran down my spine. I debated turning back, but couldn't shake the feeling that whatever made these marks was watching me. I picked up my pace, sticking to the trail as best I could. That's when I heard it. Breathing. Heavy, wet, unnatural breathing, coming from somewhere ahead. I stopped and strained my eyes. The trees were dense, shadows pooling in the gaps between trunks. Then I saw it, a tall, dark shape, hunched and shifting, just on the edge of my vision. When I blinked, it was gone. Fear made me reckless. I ran. I don't know how long I ran, weaving through trees, stumbling over roots and rocks. My flashlight barely cut through the growing shadows of late afternoon. Every time I slowed, I could hear it again, breathing, dragging, whispers. The whispers were soft, unintelligible, but insistent, almost calling my name. I forced my legs to keep moving, trying to convince myself I'd reach the top soon. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed in a blur of panic and confusion. I came across an abandoned ranger outpost I'd never noticed before. It was small, wooden, its paint peeling and windows boarded. I hesitated but went inside, hoping for shelter, maybe even a signal to call for help. The smell hit me first, damp wood, rot, and something metallic like blood. The floor was littered with leaves and debris, but I noticed the symbols again, scrawled across the floorboards, smeared with something dark. My stomach turned. Then I heard it from the corner of the room, a soft, deliberate dragging sound followed by a low growl. I froze. A voice, rough and guttural, whispered my name. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. Something was there, moving closer, pressing against the edges of my perception. I stumbled backward, tripping over a floorboard, and ran through a side window. The forest closed in around me. Darkness descended quickly, unnatural and oppressive. I could hear it behind me now, moving with impossible precision, almost floating across the trail. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices just beyond comprehension. I ran blindly, desperate to reach a familiar landmark, but every step seemed to lead me deeper into the forest. Eventually, I broke through into another clearing. Moonlight filtered through the trees, revealing more symbols etched into rocks and trees. I thought I saw eyes glinting in the shadows, following me. My heart raced, my legs burned, but I kept moving. Somewhere in the distance, I thought I heard a scream. Not mine, not quite human, echoing through the trees. I stumbled onto a part of the trail I recognized, near the final switchbacks. Relief surged, but it was short-lived. I looked back and saw it, tall, unnervingly thin, its limbs moving in ways that no human could. It didn't chase, didn't run, just stood there, watching, waiting. The whispers had stopped. The dragging noise had stopped. But I knew it was there, patient, persistent. I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, hands slick with sweat. I slammed the door, locked it, and started the engine. I drove down the mountain as fast as I could, headlights cutting through the dark, hoping it hadn't followed. When I reached the city, I told myself it was over. I told myself it had been exhaustion, imagination, stress. But that night, as I lay in bed, I heard it again. Faint, deliberate dragging outside my window, just at the edge of my consciousness. I haven't slept properly since. Every shadow in my apartment, every sound outside feels like it could be it. I see the symbols in my dreams, the clearing, the footprints, the outpost. I know somehow that it's still out there, waiting, watching. Even now, if I close my eyes too long, I hear the dragging across leaves, slow, heavy, and relentless. Story, the end. The morning was crisp when Ethan and his friends, Mark and Lila, parked at the base of Hollow Creek Trail, a remote hiking path in the Appalachian foothills of Virginia. They'd been planning this weekend for months, a 3-day trek through thick woods, along streams, and up to a secluded overlook that promised a view of the valley below. The trail was said to be quiet, untouched, and rarely visited, which is exactly what Ethan liked. Solitude, a sense of being completely removed from the rest of the world. The first few hours were deceptively peaceful. They moved along the narrow dirt path, sunlight spilling through the canopy above, birds calling out, and the occasional deer darting between trees. Ethan carried the map, checking it against the GPS on his phone, but the signal was spotty. The trail was far enough from civilization that even technology felt weak here. Mark and Lila talked easily, laughing, teasing, and complaining about the weight of their packs. Ethan smiled but kept his senses alert, listening to the subtle sounds of the forest. Something felt off, though he couldn't name it yet. By midday, they reached a small clearing near a stream. Lila bent down to fill her water bottle, kneeling on the damp moss, while Mark tried to skip rocks across the shallow water. Ethan looked around, noticing the way the shadows seemed thicker than usual, the head curling along the edges of the clearing. He felt like the trees were watching, that the air itself was heavy with some unspoken warning. He shook his head and told himself he was overthinking. After all, they were deep in the woods, nothing more. As they continued, the trail began to narrow and twist, winding between gnarled roots and moss-covered boulders. The sunlight dimmed as the forest canopy thickened, and a chill settled into Ethan's bones despite the clear morning. He lagged slightly behind, his eyes scanning the dense underbrush. Then he heard it, a soft, deliberate snap of a branch coming from somewhere just off the trail. He froze. Mark and Lila were ahead, unaware, laughing about nothing. "Did you hear that?" Ethan called out, his voice barely above a whisper. "Hear what?" Lila replied, turning around. Her smile faltered as she scanned the trees, but she said nothing. Mark laughed nervously. "Probably just a squirrel or something." Ethan nodded, but his stomach churned. He couldn't shake the sense that something was moving just beyond sight, something following them. The forest around them grew unnaturally silent. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the faint sound of their own footsteps and breathing. The trail began to climb steeply, and the further they went, the more Ethan noticed strange marks on the trees. Shallow scratches that didn't match any animal he knew, almost forming patterns that seemed deliberate. By late afternoon, they came across an old, rotting cabin partially hidden in the trees. It looked abandoned, with moss overtaking the wooden planks and windows clouded with grime. Ethan felt a wave of unease. He had read stories of hikers finding cabins like this and claimed they were safe to avoid, that something about them was always wrong. Mark, however, was curious. "Let's check it out," he said, stepping toward the door. Lila hesitated but followed, and Ethan reluctantly went along. The cabin was small, dark, and smelled of rot. Inside, they found broken furniture, scattered papers, and faint stains on the floor. Ethan noticed symbols drawn in charcoal on the walls, circles, jagged lines, shapes that seemed almost ritualistic. His throat went dry. "Maybe someone lived here a long time ago," Mark said, trying to sound casual, but his voice trembled slightly. Ethan shook his head. "No, this isn't normal." "Look at the walls." He pointed to the symbols. Lila stepped closer, her face pale. "This isn't just old writing, it's something else. Something, warning us maybe." A sudden noise made them all jump, a slow, deliberate scraping from outside like nails dragged across wood. Ethan's heart hammered. He rushed to the window and peered through the grimy glass. Nothing. Only the forest, dark and dense. Then he noticed movement in the shadows, tall, thin shapes shifting between the trees, lingering at the edges, just out of clear sight. "We should go," Ethan whispered urgently. Mark and Lila didn't need convincing. They grabbed their packs and left the cabin, stepping back onto the trail. But something had changed. The forest felt alive now, almost sentient, and the trail seemed to twist and warp, unfamiliar despite having followed it for hours. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves made them flinch. As dusk fell, the fog began rolling in from the valley, thick and choking. The trail became slippery, uneven, and they struggled to keep pace. That's when they heard it. A voice, low and guttural, almost human but distorted. "Eat, Han," it called, dragging the name out. Ethan's blood ran cold. He spun around, but the fog swallowed everything, the shapes in the trees shifting, watching. Mark grabbed his arm. "Did you hear that?" Ethan nodded, fear tightening his chest. "We need to move now." They ran, slipping over roots and rocks while calling each other's names. But the forest seemed endless, the fog turning the path in circles. Every time they thought they recognized a landmark, it vanished or twisted, replaced by unfamiliar terrain. Ethan stumbled over a fallen log and fell hard, scraping his hands and knees. When he looked up, he realized Mark and Lila were gone, vanished into the fog. Panic overtook him. He yelled their names until his voice cracked, but only silence answered. Then came the whispers, faint at first, then louder all around him. "Ethan, come to us." The voices weren't human. They had depth, layering multiple tones, and carried an urgent malice. Ethan scrambled to his feet, limping through the underbrush, praying he would find the trailhead. Hours, or what felt like hours, passed. The forest never seemed to end. He stumbled into a clearing with a small, stagnant pond. As he caught his breath, he saw movement in the reflection of the water. Figures standing at the edge of the pond, tall, thin, faceless, and impossibly still. Their limbs were long, twisted, and they tilted their heads unnaturally, staring at him. His stomach turned. The water rippled as if they moved closer, though he didn't hear a sound. Then he noticed something else. Their eyes. Or where eyes should have been. Hollow black voids reflecting nothing, yet he felt them piercing into him, calculating, patient. Ethan turned and ran blindly, branches slapping his face, roots tearing at his boots. He tripped again, this time hitting the ground hard. When he looked up, the figures were surrounding him, just beyond the fog, silent, waiting. He screamed, a soundless scream that seemed swallowed by the forest itself. Desperately, he crawled through the underbrush, limbs raw, chest heaving, trying to put distance between himself and the shapes. The whispers followed him, always just behind, coaxing, teasing, promising pain and torment. Finally, he saw a flicker of light, headlamps from a search party looking for lost hikers. With the last of his strength, Ethan staggered toward them, screaming their names. The rescuers rushed to him, pulling him into the safety of the light, but he could still feel the forest pressing against him, the fog swirling like it wanted him back. Ethan never hiked again. He moved hundreds of miles away, but the memory never left. In the quiet of the night, when the wind howls against his windows, he hears the whispers, the dragging, the soft calls of his name. He knows the figures are still out there in the Hollow Creek woods, waiting for the next hiker foolish enough to wander in. And he knows, without a doubt, that one day they will come for them all. Story the end. I had been itching for a long solo hike, something rugged, remote, and challenging. That's how I found myself on the Black Hollow Ridge Trail in West Virginia, a place locals whispered about but never seemed to recommend. It was late October, and the leaves were turning, the forest awash in oranges, reds, and browns, but also an eerie quiet that I couldn't shake. I parked my old Jeep at the trailhead around 7 a.m., double-checked my pack, and started hiking. The morning was crisp, the kind of cold that made your lungs sting but felt invigorating. At first, everything seemed normal. The trail wound upward, rocky in places, and the sound of a distant creek echoed through the trees. I passed through a stand of birch trees that shimmered in the morning light and breathed in the smell of damp leaves and pine. But something felt off. Too quiet, almost artificially so. Birds were scarce, and the usual rustle of squirrels or deer was absent. I brushed it off as coincidence and pressed on. Around midday, I came across an old hunting blind on a ridge overlooking a valley. It looked abandoned, weathered, and covered in moss, but the air around it felt heavy, charged. As I approached, I noticed strange scratches on the wooden planks, deep and jagged, as if something had tried to climb in or out. My stomach turned, but I rationalized it. Probably just an old hunter marking territory. I kept going, but the trail became harder to follow. Fallen leaves covered the path, and the trees seemed to crowd in closer, their branches snagging at my sleeves and backpack. The metallic smell hit me then, faint at first, then growing stronger as I moved. It wasn't just iron. There was something acrid in it, like burning hair mixed with rust. My pace quickened, and that's when I first heard the whispers. At first, they were faint, like the wind through the trees. Then I realized they weren't the wind. They were words, hissing, soft, and urgent, carried in a language I didn't understand. My skin crawled, but I told myself it was just my imagination. I called out, "Hello?" The forest responded with silence. Hours passed, and the light began to fade faster than it should have. The forest felt alive, shifting around me. Shadows stretched and twisted, and every time I looked at a familiar tree or rock, it seemed different, displaced, as if the forest was reshaping itself. I stumbled onto a small clearing, and my heart nearly stopped. There, in the center, was a shallow pit, edges uneven and lined with clotted earth. Around it, symbols were scratched into the trees, jagged, crude, but eerily deliberate. The whispers became clearer. They were calling me by name, taunting, coaxing. I felt a presence behind me, and when I spun around, there was nothing, but I knew I wasn't alone. Footsteps echoed behind me, uneven, heavy, not human. My mind screamed to run, but my legs felt like lead. Then I saw it, a figure at the edge of the clearing. It was tall, impossibly thin, with long limbs that bent at unnatural angles. Its face was pale and featureless, yet I felt it staring straight at me. The metallic smell intensified, and a wet, dragging sound came from behind it. I turned and ran, branches slapping my face, roots snagging my boots, the forest morphing with every step. Night fell quickly, and the shadows became suffocating. I could hear whispers on all sides, sometimes right in my ear, sometimes echoing far away. I tried calling for help, but my voice was swallowed by the trees. Panic surged as I realized I had no idea where the trail was, the forest twisting impossibly around me. Every time I thought I recognized a landmark, it would vanish. I fell into a shallow ravine at one point, cutting my hands and legs on rocks and roots. When I looked up, I saw them. Figures standing silently among the trees, taller than any man, shadows darker than the night, moving just enough to let me know they were alive. One stepped forward, and I caught a glimpse of a wet, glistening mouth opening wide. No eyes, no nose, only a darkness that seemed to swallow light. Adrenaline carried me forward. I scrambled out of the ravine and kept running until dawn, when the first gray light began to filter through the dense forest. The whispers faded, but didn't disappear entirely. I felt them pressing at the edges of my consciousness. I stumbled onto what I hoped was the main trail, following it blindly until I saw my Jeep at the trailhead. I drove home without stopping, too exhausted and terrified to think clearly. Days later, I still smelled that metallic, acrid odor on my clothes and skin. Sometimes at night, I hear the whispers again, just at the edge of hearing. I've hiked other trails since, but I never go near Black Hollow Ridge. Something waits there. It waits for anyone who wanders too far, too deep, alone. And I know one day it will call my name again, and I won't be able to resist. Story the end. The sun was barely rising over the Smoky Mountains when I parked my car at the edge of a trail I'd never hiked before. I had been craving isolation, a chance to escape my life in Knoxville for a few hours, and I thought a solo hike would be perfect. My backpack was light, just water, some granola bars, a small first aid kit, and my phone. The trail was called Widow's Creek, something I had stumbled across on a hiking forum that specialized in offbeat, lesser-known paths. Most users recommended it for solitude, calling it beautiful and untouched. The trailhead was almost hidden behind overgrown bushes, marked only by a weathered wooden post. I stepped onto the path, the smell of wet leaves and moss hitting me immediately. At first, everything seemed normal. Birds sang in the distance, a thin mist clung to the ground, and the sunlight filtered softly through the dense canopy of trees. I moved quickly, eager to get lost in the quiet. After about 30 minutes, the trail began to narrow and twist unnaturally. The forest grew darker, even though the sun was climbing higher. Shadows pooled in odd places, stretching longer than they should, and the air felt heavier, like it was pressing against my chest. A small part of me wanted to turn back, but I ignored it. I told myself it was just being alone in the woods, nothing more. Then I noticed the first signs that something wasn't right. Scattered along the trail were small personal items, things that looked recent. A single boot, a torn glove, a scratched water bottle. They weren't far apart, just enough to make me uneasy, like someone, or something, was leaving markers. My stomach tightened. I kept moving, trying to convince myself it was coincidence. But then I heard the rustling, faint, deliberate, always just behind me. I froze. The sound stopped. I continued walking, quicker now, but the rustling returned, persistent and almost impatient. My heart raced. I reached a clearing and found what looked like a small campsite. A fire pit sat cold and gray in the center, surrounded by a scattering of debris, torn clothes, broken containers, even a notebook with several pages ripped out. I could feel my pulse hammering in my ears. Something about the place made my skin crawl. I wanted to leave immediately, but when I tried to retrace my steps, the trail looked unfamiliar, as if the forest had shifted. The silence was overwhelming, and then I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving through the brush around me. They weren't random. They mirrored my own movements. I turned sharply, trying to see who or what was there, but nothing emerged from the dense trees. My rational mind suggested another hiker, but the cadence was wrong, too precise, almost mechanical. Panic took over. I ran, stumbling over roots and rocks, my ankle twisting painfully as I fell into a shallow ditch. I lay there, breathing hard, listening. The footsteps were closer now, accompanied by low, wet, rustling sounds that made my stomach churn. Shadows seemed to move just beyond my vision, twisting unnaturally. Then I saw them. 3 figures, impossibly tall and thin, emerged from between the trees. Their limbs bent at unnatural angles, and their faces were hidden in shadow. They didn't speak. They didn't move with purpose, yet I could feel their awareness pressing against me like a physical force. I couldn't move, couldn't even scream. One of them leaned closer, tilting its head as if examining me. Its eyes were hollow black voids, and its mouth stretched wide, opening and closing with no sound. I wanted to run, but my legs refused. My mind was paralyzed by pure instinctive fear. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, they vanished, leaving the forest eerily silent again. I dragged myself to my feet and stumbled forward, following what I hoped was the correct path. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had lost all meaning. The light dimmed unnaturally, shadows stretching into shapes that weren't quite right. I kept seeing the figures at the edge of my vision, always watching, disappearing when I tried to focus on them. Finally, I broke through the trees and onto a dirt road. My car was there, and I collapsed into the driver's seat, my body shaking from fear and exhaustion. I drove home without looking back, ignoring the pain in my ankle and the scratches on my arms. Weeks later, I tried to rationalize it, tell people what I saw, but no one believed me. They suggested hallucinations, stress, or imagination. But I know what I experienced. The forest, the campsite, the figures, they were real. I returned once, months later, with a friend, hoping to prove it was all in my head. We found the trailhead, but the path had disappeared, swallowed by the forest. Then we heard it. Faint footsteps following us, slow, deliberate, echoing between the trees. We ran, terrified, until we reached the safety of a main road. My friend swore she saw the same figures I had, standing at the edge of the trees, watching us vanish into the distance. Now I never hike alone. I avoid the woods entirely, but I can't escape the memory. Shadows in my apartment sometimes twist strangely, and at night, I swear I hear soft, deliberate footsteps outside my window. The fear isn't gone. It lingers, permanent, a reminder of the forest and what waits in the deep, untouched places. I've read stories about hikers who vanish, trails that disappear from maps, people who are never found. I know now that some places are not just dangerous, they are wrong. The forest remembers, and the figures wait. Patient, unyielding, impossible. Every time I see dense trees, my chest tightens. I hear the faintest rustle, a shadow where there shouldn't be one, and I know the forest is still out there, waiting. And someday, someone else will stumble in, curious, alone, and encounter the same horror I did. The footsteps never truly leave. Story the end. It was the first weekend of November when my friends, Jake, Emma, and I, decided to hike a section of the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. We had been talking about this trip for months, and we wanted something remote, away from the tourist-filled paths and the crowded overlooks. The air was crisp, and the early morning fog hung low in the valleys, giving the forest an eerie, silent quality. None of us expected that the weekend would turn into something we would never forget, and something that would haunt me for years. We started our hike around 7 a.m., backpacks loaded with food, water, and basic camping gear. The trail was narrow, surrounded by thick undergrowth, and the colors of fall were at their peak. At first, it was idyllic, the crunch of leaves beneath our boots, the distant call of birds, and the occasional rustle of a deer moving through the trees. We joked about ghost hikers and urban legends of the Smokies, but the atmosphere was so peaceful that it felt ridiculous. By late morning, we had veered off the main trail. The path we chose was less traveled and started to climb steeply. The forest around us grew denser, the trees older and more gnarled. The fog thickened, making visibility difficult. That's when I first noticed a sensation, like we weren't alone. The feeling was subtle at first, almost a tickle at the back of my neck, but it grew stronger with every step. Jake, ever the skeptic, laughed it off. "It's just the wind," he said, though I noticed he kept glancing behind us more often than usual. Emma looked uneasy, whispering that she felt eyes on us, but we pushed forward, trying to ignore the growing tension. Around midday, we reached a small creek cutting through the trail. We stopped to drink and rest, and that's when we saw it, a figure across the creek. It was tall, thin, and impossibly still. At first, I thought it was another hiker, but the posture was wrong, too stiff, too deliberate. The figure's head was tilted unnaturally, almost as if it were observing us with some malevolent curiosity. When we tried to get a closer look, it vanished. Just like that, gone without a trace. Jake tried to brush it off as a trick of the light, but the unease lingered. The air seemed heavier, the fog thicker. The sounds of the forest, the wind, the rustle of leaves felt amplified, and every shadow seemed to move when we weren't looking directly at it. We pressed on, hoping to make it to a campsite by evening. But as the sun began to dip, the forest changed. Trails we had passed earlier now looked unfamiliar, almost as if the woods had shifted around us. The fog made it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. Our steps became uncertain, each one echoing strangely through the trees. By nightfall, we realized we were lost. We tried to retrace our steps, but the forest seemed endless. That's when the noises started. Soft at first, almost like whispers carried by the wind, then louder, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, footsteps circling us. Emma whispered that something was moving through the trees, always just out of sight. We set up a makeshift camp, huddled together in silence, trying to conserve our energy. Every sound, every shadow made our hearts race. Hours passed without sleep. The forest seemed to close in around us, the fog swallowing the weak glow of our flashlight. Around 2 a.m. we heard it, a low, guttural sound coming from the trees, followed by the unmistakable sound of something large moving closer. Jake shined his flashlight into the fog, and we saw it. The figure, taller than any man, its limbs bent at unnatural angles, moving with a speed that defied logic. Its eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the light of our beam like molten gold. Panic overtook us. We grabbed our packs and ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping our faces and roots tripping us. Emma screamed as she fell, scraping her hands and knees on the rocks and undergrowth. Jake and I pulled her up, and we ran without looking back. The sounds followed us relentlessly, the snapping of twigs, the guttural breathing, and something that sounded almost like laughter. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell. Every turn we took seemed to loop us back into the same clearing, the same creek, the same fog-laden trees. It was as if the forest itself was alive, guiding us deeper into its labyrinth. By dawn, we stumbled onto an old, abandoned trailhead. Rusted signs and weathered trail markers were all that remained. Exhausted, bleeding, and terrified, we followed the old road downhill until we reached a small ranger station. We were met by a ranger who listened to our story with skepticism, but eventually called for assistance. Jake and Emma made it out physically unharmed, but I never saw Jake again after that night. During the official search, there were no signs of him, no footprints, no belongings, nothing. It was as if he had simply vanished into the forest. Emma and I barely escaped, carrying the weight of what we had seen and the loss of our friend. Years later, I still hear reports from hikers in that section of the Smokies, accounts of tall, thin figures, unnatural footprints, and strange sounds in the night. Authorities dismiss them as wildlife or imagination, but I know what I saw. I know what followed us. Even now, I can't drive through Tennessee without a sense of dread. I avoid the mountains entirely. Sometimes in the dead of night, I wake up and think I hear twigs snapping outside my window, just like that night in the forest. The mountains are beautiful, but there's a darkness there, something ancient and patient, waiting for the curious, the reckless, and the lost. And when it finds them, it doesn't just watch, they disappear, leaving only fear in their wake. Story the end. I had been looking forward to this hike all week. The plan was simple, a solo trek through the Allegheny Mountains in Pennsylvania. I needed the solitude, the kind of isolation that lets you think without distraction. I packed my backpack with water, granola bars, a flashlight, first aid supplies, and my phone, even though I knew reception would be sketchy. I parked at the trailhead early in the morning, the sky a dull gray, the air crisp with the promise of fall. At first, the hike was everything I expected. The trail wound through dense pine and oak, leaves crunching underfoot, the smell of damp earth heavy in the air. The occasional chirp of a bird or the rustle of a squirrel was the only sound breaking the quiet. I passed a couple of hikers who nodded politely and continued on their way, leaving me to the woods. There was something peaceful about it, almost meditative, until I hit the first steep incline. That's when the feeling began, a prickling at the back of my neck, the sense that I was being watched. I stopped and looked around, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. Just the trail, the rocks, the moss-covered trunks stretching up toward the sky. I shook my head, blaming nerves or maybe too many horror stories, and kept climbing. By the time I reached a small clearing near the ridge, the quiet had changed. The usual forest sounds were gone, replaced by a suffocating stillness. And then I heard it, a low dragging sound, soft at first, like something heavy being pulled across the forest floor. My heart jumped into my throat. I turned slowly, looking down the trail behind me. Nothing. The sound stopped. I tried to rationalize it, a fallen branch, maybe, or an animal, but it had been deliberate, purposeful. I pushed on, my pace quickening, trying to shake off the unease. The trail grew narrower, steeper, the trees thickening, casting long shadows even though it was still early afternoon. I noticed footprints in the soft earth, human-like but irregular, too large, and strangely spaced. Some prints doubled back, others veered into the undergrowth, then returned to the trail as if whatever made them was weaving a pattern I couldn't understand. A few miles later, I stumbled upon a small rock outcropping overlooking the valley. It was beautiful, the kind of view that makes you forget the world for a moment. I set down my pack, pulled out a water bottle, and tried to calm my racing thoughts. That's when I heard the whisper. Faint at first, almost like the wind, but unmistakably a voice saying my name. I froze, scanning the tree line. Nothing. The whisper came again, clearer this time, but still distant. I felt my chest tighten. The dragging noise returned, close now, coming from the brush at the edge of the clearing. My heart pounded. An instinct told me to run, but something compelled me to stay, to watch. I caught movement in the corner of my eye, a dark, hunched figure slipping between the trees. When I blinked, it was gone. Panic overtook me. I grabbed my pack and bolted back onto the trail, stumbling over roots and rocks. The forest seemed to twist around me, the trail longer than it should be, the shadows stretching unnaturally. Behind me, I heard it. Dragging, deliberate, following me. Not fast, not running, just following. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, impossible to decipher, echoing from all directions. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. I came across an abandoned cabin I didn't remember seeing on previous hikes. Its door hung loosely on rusty hinges, the wood dark and rotting. I hesitated but entered, desperate for shelter or some sense of safety. The air inside was thick with the smell of decay and damp wood. Symbols were etched into the floorboards and walls, crude, jagged lines that seemed almost to pulse in the dim light. I couldn't read them, but I felt their menace. Then I heard it from the corner of the room, a low, guttural growl, followed by the soft scrape of claws, or something like claws, against the floor. My name, whispered again, closer now. I backed toward the door, tripping, my flashlight flickering and dying. I had no choice. I smashed a window and scrambled outside, cutting my hands and knees on broken glass. The forest was darker now, almost suffocating. I could feel it behind me, moving with impossible precision, every step deliberate. The whispers became a chorus, pressing in, surrounding me. My legs burned as I ran blindly, desperate to reach the main trail. Every turn seemed to lead me deeper into the woods, every shadow hiding movement just beyond my vision. Finally, I stumbled onto a familiar stretch of trail near the ridge. Relief flooded me, but it was fleeting. I looked back and saw it, a tall, misshapen figure standing between the trees, watching me. Its limbs moved unnaturally, angular and jerky. It didn't run, didn't chase. It just waited. I reached my car as quickly as I could, hands shaking, heart hammering. I locked the doors, started the engine, and drove down the winding mountain road, headlights cutting through the dark. When I finally reached home, I convinced myself it was over. Exhaustion, stress, maybe a hallucination. But later that night, as I lay in bed, I heard it again. The dragging sound, faint but deliberate, at the edge of my consciousness. I haven't slept since. Every shadow, every sound outside my window makes my skin crawl. I see the symbols in my dreams, the clearing, the footprints, the cabin. I know it's still out there, waiting, watching. Even now, when I close my eyes, I hear the dragging over leaves, slow, methodical, relentless. Story the end. It was a crisp October morning when Jake, Lily, and two of their friends, Ben and Rachel, decided to hike a remote section of the Smoky Mountains. The four of them were all in their mid-20s, eager to escape their jobs and city life for a weekend. The trail they chose was rarely traveled, known mostly by local hikers and described vaguely in online forums as challenging, beautiful, and a little eerie. The allure of isolation, combined with the thrill of being off the beaten path, was irresistible. They parked at a small gravel lot surrounded by dense forest. The sun was barely rising, casting long golden streaks across the trees. The air smelled like pine and damp soil. Jake, the most experienced hiker among them, checked the trailhead map and led the way, with Lily close behind. Ben and Rachel followed, their packs loaded with food, water, and camping gear. The trail started easily enough, like winding through gentle slopes and past small streams. Birds chirped, squirrels darted through the underbrush, and the friends joked and laughed, taking selfies and videos along the way. But as the sun climbed higher, the forest began to change. The trail grew narrower and less defined. Fallen leaves and branches obscured the path, and the canopy thickened, casting long, unsettling shadows. "I feel like we haven't seen another hiker in hours," Rachel said, her voice uneasy. "That's the point," Jake replied. "It's supposed to be secluded. Don't worry about it." Lily, however, couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every now and then she thought she caught movement in her peripheral vision, but whenever she turned, nothing was there. After a few hours, they came across a small clearing. In the center stood an old, crumbling cabin, partially hidden by overgrown shrubs. Its windows were broken, the door barely hanging on its hinges. The air around it was unusually still, the forest quiet in a way that made Lily's skin crawl. "Do we really want to go in there?" she whispered. Jake stepped forward. "Just a quick look. Maybe there's something interesting inside." Ben hesitated, but curiosity got the better of him, and he followed. Rachel stayed back a few feet, shivering. Inside, the cabin smelled of rot and mold. Broken furniture was scattered across the floor, and the walls were covered in strange scratches and faded symbols. Some resembled letters, others were indecipherable, frantic carvings. In the corner lay a trapdoor, partially hidden beneath debris. A foul stench rose from the opening, like wet soil mixed with decay. "Guys, we shouldn't," Rachel called from outside. Jake bent down to lift the trapdoor. "Just a peek," he said, shining his flashlight into the darkness. The beam revealed a narrow stairway descending into the earth. At the bottom, there were piles of bones, animal and possibly human, and jars filled with murky liquid. The floor was arranged with strange, almost ritualistic patterns. Suddenly, a scratching noise echoed from the far corner of the basement. It was slow at first, deliberate, then frantic, accompanied by a low, wet growl. Lily's flashlight flickered. "We're leaving. Now!" she shouted. The four of them scrambled up the stairs. As they exited the cabin, the forest seemed different. Trees leaned in, their branches twisting like claws, and the sunlight dimmed unnaturally. A fog began to creep along the ground, thick and cold. They ran blindly along the trail, hoping to find the main path. But every turn seemed to loop back to the clearing with the cabin. Shadows moved at the edges of their vision, and whispers seemed to echo through the trees, unintelligible but urgent. Hours passed, or what felt like hours. Exhausted, Lily tripped over a root and fell hard, scraping her hands and knees. Ben helped her up, but she was limping badly. Jake and Rachel stayed close, glancing behind constantly. Eventually, they stumbled upon a small stream. The water was black and still. As they crossed, Lily screamed when something cold brushed her leg, tugging her slightly. They all panicked, but managed to get across. The forest seemed to pulse with a life of its own, every shadow and rustle magnified in their fear. As night fell, they reached a cliffside overlooking a distant town. Relief washed over them. But across the valley, moving through the dark forest, they saw it, a figure, tall and humanoid but wrong. Its limbs were elongated, its movements jerky and unnatural. Its head tilted in impossible angles, and its eyes reflected the faint moonlight like mirrors. "We can't go down there," Jake said, voice shaking. "But we can't stay here either," Rachel whispered. They descended the slope carefully, supporting Lily as best they could. The figure or figures followed slowly, silent but relentless. The fog thickened, wrapping around their legs and slowing them down. Every snap of a branch or rustle in the leaves made their hearts leap. By dawn, they reached an old logging road. In the distance, headlights of a passing car flickered. They ran toward it, desperate, but as they neared, the fog rolled back in and multiple distorted figures emerged, surrounding them. The shapes were humanoid yet grotesque, their movements jerky and unnatural. Lily screamed as one reached for her. Jake swung a branch, but it passed through the figure like smoke. Ben and Rachel tried to help her, but the figures closed in. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the fog lifted. The town was visible below, bathed in morning light. Jake opened his eyes and found himself alone on the roadside. Lily, Ben, and Rachel were gone. No footprints, no drag marks, nothing. Authorities searched the area but found nothing. Jake never returned to that section of the mountains. Sometimes, driving through similar forests, he would catch glimpses of tall, distorted figures in the corner of his vision, watching from the tree line. And he could still hear the whispers carried on the wind, "You shouldn't have come here." Story the end. The weekend started like any other for Mark, Lisa, and their friends Kevin and Rachel. They were a tight-knit group from Ohio who loved hiking and camping, always chasing the thrill of the next remote trail. This time, they decided to tackle Black Hollow Ridge, a notoriously isolated trail in the West Virginia wilderness. Local legends whispered of hikers disappearing without a trace, but Mark dismissed them as overblown stories. "It's just the woods," he said. "Nothing alive out here is going to hurt us." They parked at a small gravel pull-off near the trailhead just as the sun was rising. Mist hung low over the treetops, and the air smelled damp and earthy. The trail started off as a gentle incline, winding through thick hardwoods with leaves crunching underfoot. Birds chirped, and a distant creek added a soothing background. Kevin, carrying the map, led the group, while Lisa and Rachel joked and bantered behind him. After about an hour, the trail narrowed and became overgrown. Roots and fallen branches forced them to pick their steps carefully. Kevin, always the adventurous one, tried to forge ahead, straying a few feet off the main path to photograph an unusual formation of rocks. "Don't wander too far," Mark warned, but Kevin waved it off. The forest began to feel different. Shadows stretched oddly, and the light filtering through the trees had a strange greenish tint. A quiet hum seemed to float on the wind, like the low vibration of a faraway bell. Lisa shivered, pulling her jacket tighter. It feels wrong here, she murmured. Rachel laughed nervously. It's just your imagination. It's deep in the woods. Everything looks spooky. Mark kept walking, though his pace slowed, and a knot of unease formed in his stomach. Then Kevin stopped abruptly and called out, "Guys, over here!" They hurried over and saw a shallow depression in the ground, like a small pit someone had dug. Inside were scattered belongings, a backpack, a pair of worn boots, and a small notebook with pages torn and soaked. The notebook contained frantic scrawls, barely legible, describing hikers who had lost their way and voices in the forest that whispered their names. The final lines were smeared with dirt and something dark, like blood. Mark frowned. "Probably some kids messing around," he said, though his voice sounded uncertain. They moved on, but the sense of being watched grew heavier. Every time they paused, they felt eyes on them, but whenever they looked, the forest seemed empty. Small noises, branches snapping, leaves rustling, echoed from every direction. Kevin kept taking photos, but he stopped suddenly, staring at his camera's screen. "There's something in this picture," he said, voice trembling. "Look behind us. There's a figure." Lisa leaned over and saw it, a tall, thin shadow with arms that bent unnaturally, standing just beyond the tree line. It didn't move, but the presence was undeniable. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. The group pressed forward, trying to ignore the growing tension. The trail steepened and the terrain became treacherous. Mist thickened, reducing visibility to mere feet. Every step required focus, yet the forest seemed to rearrange itself. Familiar landmarks disappeared, leaving them disoriented. By late afternoon, they stumbled upon an old, abandoned ranger cabin, its wood gray and splintered, windows boarded over. The door creaked as they pushed it open. Inside, it was dark, damp, and smelled of rot. Broken furniture and scattered papers littered the floor. Lisa gasped as she noticed the walls. Scratches marred the wood, deep and jagged, some forming strange symbols that looked ritualistic. In the center of the room lay a circle of stones surrounding what appeared to be ashes and small, gnawed bones. A low growl echoed from the forest outside. The cabin door slammed shut violently, shaking the walls. Kevin ran to try the door, but it wouldn't budge. The growl grew louder, joined by whispers that seemed to come from every corner at once. Words like leave and stay blended in a disorienting chorus. Suddenly, movement appeared in the shadows of the cabin. A figure emerged, impossibly thin, with limbs bending at grotesque angles and a void where its face should have been. It glided toward them silently. Panic erupted. Lisa screamed, Rachel shouted, and Mark tried to push past the figure. Kevin disappeared into the corner, pulled into the shadows. The cabin seemed to warp, walls stretching and bending as if alive. In a desperate move, Mark smashed a window and helped Lisa and Rachel climb out. The forest outside was alien, with twisted trees and a thick fog swallowing everything. Their path back to the trailhead was gone. Every turn led them deeper into the maze-like woods. The whispers continued, circling them, unseen shapes darting between the trees, disappearing when directly looked at. Night fell, and the fog became suffocating. Exhaustion overtook them. Rachel suggested splitting up to find help faster. Mark reluctantly agreed. Lisa clung to him, but as they moved, Rachel vanished into the mist. The forest seemed to pulse, closing in around them, shadows reaching with every step. Hours, or maybe minutes later, Mark and Lisa stumbled onto a faint dirt road as the first light of dawn broke. A passing driver saw them and pulled over. They were covered in mud and scratches, their clothes torn. Authorities were called, and they recounted their ordeal. Search teams combed Black Hollow Ridge for days, but Kevin and Rachel were never found. Locals whispered of the forest's curse, saying it claimed anyone who ventured too far off the marked trail. Some hikers reported hearing chanting at night, lights flickering in the mist, and shadows moving just beyond their vision. Mark and Lisa never hiked again. At night, Lisa could still hear whispers in the wind, feel the brush of unseen hands, and see the void-faced figure lurking at the edge of her dreams. No matter how far she ran or how deeply she slept, she knew the forest had marked them and that it was still waiting. Story the end. It was mid-November when Ryan, his cousin Lila, and their friend Derek decided to hike the High Knob Trail in the Appalachian Mountains. They were all experienced hikers, familiar with remote terrain and eager for a weekend of solitude. The weather was cold and overcast, the kind that made the forest smell damp and raw. the kind that made the light dim even at noon. The trailhead was quiet, deserted except for a few scattered leaves blowing across the cracked asphalt. Ryan double-checked his pack, making sure they had enough food, water, and flashlights. Lila adjusted her scarf and tightened her gloves, glancing nervously at the dense woods. Derek, the more carefree of the three, hoisted his backpack with a grin. "Come on, it's just a hike. How bad can it be?" For the first few miles, the trail was serene. The trio passed babbling brooks, rustling fields of ferns, and tall oaks whose branches interlaced to form shadowed corridors. Birds called occasionally, but otherwise the forest was silent, except for the crunch of their boots on the frost-hardened leaves. Around midday, they stopped for a short break on a ridge that offered a panoramic view of the valley below. The clouds hung low, a blanket of gray pressing down on the forest. Lila noticed something odd near the edge of the trees. A series of footprints pressed into the wet, muddy earth. They were enormous, far larger than any humans, and strangely misshapen, as if the toes were splayed in odd angles. Probably just some hunter, Derek said, though his tone lacked certainty. Ryan crouched to examine the tracks. "No," he said finally, standing and brushing dirt from his knees. "These don't match anything normal. Look at the stride. It's too long, too deliberate." They moved on, but the unease clung to them like a second skin. By mid-afternoon, the trail narrowed, twisting into dense thickets. The trees loomed closer, the casting shadows that seemed unnaturally dark. The forest had grown silent, no birds, no wind, no rustle of wildlife, just the sound of their own breathing and footsteps. Then came the first sound, a wet, dragging thump somewhere ahead, followed by another. The rhythm was slow and deliberate, keeping pace with them, though they tried to convince themselves it was a deer or a fallen branch. "Let's just keep moving," Ryan whispered, trying to sound confident. Lila nodded, but her hands trembled. Derek raised his camera, scanning the shadows, but the forest offered nothing, only the faint outlines of twisted branches and fallen leaves. An hour later, the trail split unexpectedly. The map suggested a straight path, but here the forest had conspired to confuse them. One path led sharply downhill, the other curved around thick undergrowth. As they debated which way to go, the dragging sound returned, closer this time, punctuated by a wet, rasping breath that made the skin crawl. Without another word, Ryan led them downhill, the three of them moving fast, boots slipping on loose rocks and wet leaves. The forest grew more oppressive, trees bending in impossible angles, shadows stretching unnaturally. Occasionally, Derek would glimpse a figure darting between the trees, a tall, emaciated silhouette with long, distorted limbs and wet, shiny skin. It seemed to watch them, intelligent and patient. By late afternoon, the trail became a narrow ridge with steep drop-offs on either side. Panic began to set in as they realized the path looped impossibly. They would turn a corner and find themselves back at the same ridge, the same twisted trees, the same strange footprints pressed into the earth. Night fell faster than expected, and the figures began to appear more often. Tall, thin, faceless forms emerged from the shadows, moving silently, but with undeniable purpose. Their presence was suffocating, the forest itself seeming to lean in, watching. They ran blindly, slipping and falling through underbrush and rocky terrain. At one point, Ryan fell hard on his wrist, hearing a sickening crack, but the creatures paid him no mind. They simply followed, always just beyond reach, their presence pressing in like water. Eventually, they stumbled into an old, abandoned cabin. It had rotted walls and a collapsed roof, but it offered some shelter. They barricaded the door with broken furniture, panting and shivering. Outside, the dragging sound circled, slow and deliberate, punctuated by low, wet groans. Then silence, thick and heavy. Hours passed in the cabin. Sleep came fitfully, plagued by nightmares of the faceless shapes in the impossible forest. When the dim light of morning broke through the cracks in the walls, the forest outside had shifted. The familiar trail was gone, replaced by dense, unbroken undergrowth. Frantic, they tried to retrace their steps, but the forest refused them. Every path led back to the same spot, the same clearing with mud-streaked footprints and twisted shadows. The faceless figures appeared intermittently, observing, patient, mocking. Desperation mounted. Lila fell behind briefly, crying out as one of the shapes brushed past her, though it left no marks. Derek's camera was shattered in a fall, the memory cards destroyed. Ryan, exhausted and terrified, realized with horror that the forest had no intention of letting them leave. Finally, they heard the distant sound of a logging road. They ran toward it through an impossible maze of trees and roots, finally collapsing onto the asphalt, gasping for air. The forest behind them seeming to close it silent and ordinary, as if nothing had occurred. They drove home in silence. Lila refused to hike again. Derek rarely left his apartment, and haunted by visions of the faceless watchers. Ryan tried to return to map the trail, but every attempt ended in disorientation, panic, or glimpses of the impossible figures in the corners of his eyes. No one else saw the trail as it had been. To outsiders, it was just a quiet mountain path. But Ryan, Lila, and Derek knew the truth. The forest was alive, patient, and endless. It waited for the next hikers who dared to wander too deep, to stray too far, to ignore the warnings of unseen watchers. Even years later, when the forest seemed distant and harmless, Ryan would wake in the dead of night, hearing wet, dragging footsteps just beyond the edge of vision, and knew the forest had not forgotten. Story the end. The morning air was cold and damp when I parked my truck at the trailhead near the Shenandoah National Park. It was early October, and the leaves were just starting to turn, painting the mountains in shades of red, gold, and brown. I had planned this solo hike for months, 2 nights, 3 days, deep into the backcountry, away from any other hikers. I needed solitude. My apartment, my life in the city had become suffocating. I checked my backpack one last time: water, snacks, a small first aid kit, my flashlight, a compass, and a knife. I wore sturdy boots and a warm jacket. The trail I was taking was remote, barely marked, and I wanted to be prepared. As I started down the path, the mist clinging to the trees made everything feel otherworldly. The forest was quiet, almost too quiet, with only the occasional drip of water from the branches or the faint rustle of a squirrel moving through the leaves. At first, the hike was peaceful. I moved quickly, enjoying the crunch of leaves underfoot and the smell of wet earth. Birds sang in the distance, and the fog wrapped the forest in a soft gray blanket. I passed a few trail markers and kept my compass handy, but after a while, there were no signs of other hikers. The silence became deeper, heavier, like the woods were holding their breath. Around midday, I stopped to rest near a small stream. I drank some water, ate a granola bar, and leaned against a rock, listening to the gentle flow of water. That's when I noticed something strange: footprints in the soft soil along the bank. They were large, uneven, and unlike any human boots I'd ever seen. They led away from the stream into the trees, twisting off the path in a way that didn't make sense. My stomach tightened. I scanned the forest, but it was empty. I kept moving, trying to ignore the unease growing in my chest. The trail became more rugged, steep in sections, with roots and rocks threatening to trip me. By late afternoon, I reached a small clearing I had planned to use for my first night. I set up my tent, gathered firewood, and tried to relax, but the sense of being watched remained. The shadows of the trees stretched unnaturally as the sun dipped lower, and every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. As night fell, I lit a small fire. The forest around me seemed impossibly still, and I began to notice signs I hadn't seen before: broken branches positioned oddly, strange marks on tree trunks, and more footprints surrounding my campsite. Some prints were massive, wider than any human foot, while others were small and uneven, almost deformed. I told myself it was probably another hiker or an animal, but deep down I knew something was off. Around 9 p.m. I heard it. A faint rustling outside the tent, deliberate and slow. My heart pounded. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it toward the sound. A figure moved just beyond the trees, tall and thin, impossible to identify. Every time I thought I had it in view, it vanished. My mind screamed to run, but I froze, unsure where to go or how fast it could move. Hours passed in tense silence. Occasionally, I thought I heard whispers, faint voices carried by the wind, saying things I couldn't understand. I kept my flashlight on, shining in every direction, but the forest refused to reveal its secret. At some point, I drifted into a light sleep, only to wake to slow, deliberate footsteps circling my tent. Then I heard it clearly. A whisper, soft, right at the edge of my hearing. "You shouldn't be here." My body froze. The voice didn't come from any direction. It simply existed, filling the air with unease. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was the wind or my imagination, but the rational explanations felt hollow. Hours later, just before dawn, I dared to peek outside the tent. The fire had burned low, casting weak shadows. And there they were, footprints, all around the tent, encircling it completely. Some were enormous, impossible to be human. Others were small, distorted and irregular, almost childlike, but twisted in a way that made my stomach turn. I didn't wait. I grabbed my pack and ran, blindly following the faint trail down the mountain. My legs burned, roots and rocks tearing at my boots. Behind me, I thought I heard the soft crunch of footsteps, keeping pace, circling, patient. I ran until the trees thinned and the sun broke through the morning mist. The trailhead appeared, and I threw myself into my truck, gasping for air, hands trembling on the wheel. Weeks later, I tried to convince myself it was exhaustion, imagination, or stress, but the memory refused to fade. Shadows that didn't belong, whispers in the wind, the sensation of being watched, it followed me home. Once I found strange scratches on my apartment door and symbols etched faintly into my furniture, as if something from the forest had tagged me. I know now that some woods are alive in ways we can't understand. They notice, they wait, and they follow. Part of me never left that forest, marked and watched by something patient and relentless. I haven't hiked alone since, and I never will. Even now, sometimes in the quiet of my apartment, I swear I hear the wind whisper, "You shouldn't be here." Story the end. The morning air in the Appalachian foothills was crisp and smelled faintly of damp leaves. I laced my hiking boots with methodical precision, the cold leather biting against my fingers as I pulled the laces tight. The sun had barely crested the tree line, its pale light flickering between the thick trunks like nervous fingers. My plan was simple. A solo hike along a trail I hadn't explored before, one I'd heard about from a coworker who insisted it was underrated, quiet, and beautiful. I wanted the solitude, the chance to be alone with my thoughts, away from the endless hum of city life, away from the obligations that gnawed at me. The trailhead was narrow and overgrown, barely marked by a rusted metal sign whose letters were worn away by decades of rain and neglect. I shrugged off a flicker of unease and stepped onto the path. The ground was uneven, slick with early morning dew, and the smell of wet soil filled my nose. Birds chirped faintly, their calls muffled by the dense canopy above. I moved steadily, my backpack pressing against my shoulders, a small supply of water and snacks tucked inside. At first, the trail was deceptively normal. Pine needles cushioned my steps, and occasional clearings offered views of mist curling over distant hills. But as I pressed deeper, the forest grew quieter. The birdsong disappeared entirely, replaced by a heavy, almost oppressive silence. Each step I took seemed louder than the last, echoing in the stillness. It was a silence that pressed against my ears, that made every snap of a twig feel intentional. I reached a fork in the trail, two paths diverging in a Y shape. A crude wooden sign indicated one path as the Ridge Trail, though the arrow had been partially broken off. The other path had no markings at all. My gut told me to stay on the marked trail, but there was something about the unmarked path that drew me in, a kind of magnetic pull I couldn't explain. The rational part of my mind whispered warnings. Abandoned trails can be dangerous. They can lead to injury or worse. But the curiosity, the thrill of the unknown, outweighed reason. I veered left, stepping onto the narrower, overgrown path. The further I walked, the stranger the environment became. Trees grew oddly twisted, their bark mottled with fungus and rot. Shadows seemed to cling unnaturally to the ground, elongating in ways the morning light shouldn't have allowed. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. About an hour in, I noticed something odd. Scattered along the trail were small items: a cracked thermos, a torn glove, a single shoe. Each object looked recent, yet the path showed no signs of other hikers. My stomach churned. I told myself, people lose things on the trail all the time, but the objects kept appearing, almost like markers. Then I started hearing it. At first it was faint, a rustling in the underbrush just beyond my line of sight. I paused, listening. The sound stopped. I moved again, quicker this time, my eyes darting to every shadow. The rustling resumed, intermittent, following me, always just out of reach. My pulse quickened. I came to a clearing, and the forest opened up to reveal a small, abandoned campsite. A circle of charred stones suggested someone had built a fire here recently, but the ashes were cold and gray. A makeshift tent, collapsed and torn, lay in the corner. The ground was littered with more personal items: a cracked phone, a blood-stained bandana, a notebook with pages ripped out. My stomach turned, a cold sweat breaking across my back. Something about the campsite felt wrong. The air was heavy, almost metallic. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was a survivalist who had left. Maybe someone had gone missing and the authorities hadn't found them yet. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. I felt the unmistakable prickling sensation of being watched. I decided to turn back, retrace my steps to the fork, but the trail had changed. Or maybe I had. Every tree looked slightly different, every bend in the path unfamiliar. Panic began to creep in as I realized the path I had taken no longer existed, or had perhaps never existed. I was lost. The rustling returned, louder now, accompanied by something else. Faint, irregular footsteps that weren't mine. I froze, straining to hear. They moved with me, pausing when I paused, accelerating when I did. My rational mind tried to reason that it was another hiker, lost like me, but my gut screamed otherwise. The sound wasn't human, or at least not entirely. I broke into a run, pushing through thick underbrush, branches scratching at my arms and face. The forest seemed to close in around me, trees bending in ways that made the path harder to navigate. Every turn led me deeper, never out. I shouted, hoping someone would hear, but my voice was swallowed by the dense woods. Then I saw it. A figure standing between two trees, partially obscured by shadow. At first I thought it was another hiker, but the shape was wrong. Too tall, too thin, limbs twisted at impossible angles. Its head tilted unnaturally, and it was staring directly at me, or at least where I was without moving. I stumbled backward, heart hammering. The figure didn't chase me, didn't move, but I felt its awareness pressing into me. I ran again, reckless now, my boots slipping on the wet leaves. The path seemed endless and the light dimmed unnaturally fast despite it being mid-morning. I reached a slope, my leg catching on a root, sending me tumbling down into a shallow ravine. Pain shot through my ankle and I realized I had twisted it badly. I couldn't stand. I huddled there, trying to catch my breath, listening. The forest was alive with sound, whispers, rustling, cracking branches, and footsteps, always footsteps, moving closer. I tried calling out, but my voice came out as a strangled whisper. Then I saw movement at the edge of my vision, shapes flitting between the trees, indistinct but human-like. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that seemed to echo endlessly. Hours, or maybe minutes, time had lost all meaning, passed. I don't know how long I lay there, unable to move, until the shapes emerged fully from the forest. There were 3 of them, impossibly tall and thin, their faces obscured by shadows, their movements jerky and unnatural. They surrounded me, silent, watching. I thought I might pass out from fear, from pain, from exhaustion. One of them bent down while just close enough for me to see its face. Its eyes were hollow, black voids, and its mouth stretched unnaturally wide, opening and closing like it was trying to speak, but no sound came out. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't. My body had frozen, locked by some primal fear I couldn't overcome. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, they vanished. I was alone again, the forest eerily quiet. I dragged myself onto the path, ignoring the pain, moving blindly. Hours passed, I don't know how many, before I stumbled onto a familiar clearing. The sun was setting, casting long, twisted shadows across the ground. I followed the path down the mountain, my ankles screaming with every step. When I finally reached my car, the relief I felt was overwhelming. I didn't look back, didn't pause to rest. I drove away, ignoring the twinge of guilt for leaving the forest behind, for leaving behind whatever haunted that trail. Weeks later, I couldn't shake the memory. The shadows, the figures, the feeling of being watched. I tried to tell people, but they laughed, suggested stress or imagination. I stopped hiking altogether, but I couldn't escape it. The memory haunted me. Sometimes, in the corner of my vision, I'd catch a glimpse of a thin, twisted shape standing in a shadow, watching. And sometimes, late at night, I would hear footsteps outside my window, slow, deliberate, as if testing whether I was awake. I returned once, months later, with a friend. I wanted to prove to myself it had been a hallucination, a trick of the mind. But the trail was gone, replaced by dense undergrowth, as if it had never existed. And then we heard it. Footsteps, following, echoing through the trees. We ran, blindly both of us, until we stumbled out of the forest hours later. My friend swore she saw the same figures I had, the tall, thin silhouettes, watching from the tree line, their faces hidden in shadows. I stopped trying to explain it. There are places in the world that aren't meant to be understood, that exist only to remind you of your fragility. That trail in the Appalachian foothills is one of them. I can't go back. I can't even think about it without my chest tightening, my stomach churning. But sometimes, when the wind rustles through the trees outside my apartment, I swear I hear faint footsteps, echoing the ones I left behind. I've talked to search and rescue teams, forest rangers, anyone who might have knowledge of the trail. No one admits it exists. Hikers I meet have never heard of it, and yet I know what I saw, what I felt. The shapes, the shadows, the way the forest seemed alive and hostile. It's etched into me, permanent, and I know one day I might see it again, even outside the woods, waiting in the periphery, testing me. I can't explain it rationally. There's no record, no evidence, nothing but my memory and the terror that clings to it. I've tried to live normally, but the fear is persistent, gnawing at the edges of consciousness. I see shapes in the dark, movements in the shadows, hear faint whispers when I'm alone, and the more I try to dismiss it, the stronger it becomes. Every trail I see now, every forest, feels like it could be that one. That trail with the fork and the twisted trees and the silent watchers. Every step outside feels like I might step into that same horror again. And I wonder if anyone who goes hiking alone truly understands the risk, not the physical risk, but the psychological, the spiritual, the existential. Some places are not just dangerous, they are wrong, unnatural, and they linger long after you've left them. I don't hike anymore. I don't camp. I don't walk alone in the woods. But the memories, the shadows, they follow. And I know, deep down, that one day, curiosity or misfortune will put me back on that trail. And if that happens, I won't be lucky enough to escape. The shapes are patient and they remember. The rustling never truly leaves. It's there in every forest, every dense patch of trees, every shadow that moves unnaturally. Sometimes I lie awake at night and imagine them just beyond my window, waiting for the right moment. Silent, impossible, inhuman. The memory of that trail is not a memory anymore. It's a warning. And I fear that one day someone else will stumble into it and discover the same truth I did. Some places are not meant for us, and some things are not meant to be seen. I can still hear the footsteps. Story the end. It was late September when Ryan, Chloe, and Derek decided to tackle the Black Pine Ridge Trail in Oregon. The weather was supposed to be perfect. Cool mornings, clear skies, but Ryan had a lingering feeling he couldn't shake. He tried to dismiss it as nerves, but the pit in his stomach refused to go away. The trailhead was remote, a narrow dirt road leading deep into the forest, and parking there felt like stepping into another world. The first few miles were easy. They joked and shared snacks, Chloe snapping photos of towering pines and mist curling around moss-covered logs. Derek led the way, confident and boisterous, always pointing out trail markers and small streams. Ryan lagged a little behind, scanning the dense underbrush, the way the light shifted unnaturally through the trees, and the occasional echo that seemed too close to be a bird. He told himself he was imagining things. Around midday, they came to a shallow creek that cut across the path. Derek hopped from stone to stone, and Chloe followed, laughing as her boots splashed through the water. Ryan stepped carefully, but when he looked up, he noticed something strange. A figure standing across the creek, partially obscured by the trees. It was tall and thin, its posture rigid, and it didn't move. Ryan blinked, and it was gone. "Guys, did you see that?" he asked, his voice tight. "See what?" Chloe replied, brushing water off her pants. "There was someone over there." "By the trees," Ryan said, pointing. Derek laughed. "Probably a hunter or something. Relax." Ryan nodded, but unease crept deeper into him as they continued. The trail climbed steadily, the forest thickening, the light dimming as clouds began to roll in. He started hearing it then, a faint rustling, almost like footsteps echoing his own. Every time he called out, silence answered. By late afternoon, the fog began to creep in, heavy and wet, curling around trees and obscuring the trail. Ryan stayed close to Chloe and Derek, but he felt the space between them growing, as if the fog itself was trying to separate him. That's when he saw the scratches. Deep gouges on a tree, just off the path, forming jagged symbols. He swallowed hard, a sense of panic rising. "Ryan, what is it?" Chloe asked, noticing his pallor. I don't know," he stammered, "but these aren't normal." Before they could discuss it further, a scream tore through the forest. It was raw, piercing, inhuman. Derek cursed and started running toward the sound, but Ryan grabbed his arm. "Wait! We don't know what it is!" he shouted. But it was too late. Derek vanished into the fog. Chloe screamed his name, and Ryan ran after her, but the forest had changed. The trail twisted unnaturally. Landmarks disappeared, and every sound was amplified. The snap of a branch, the whisper of the wind, the dragging of something heavy through the underbrush. Hours, or what felt like hours, passed. Ryan was alone. Chloe's voice echoed faintly at intervals, calling his name, then fading. The fog was thick, cold, and suffocating, carrying a smell of decay. Then he saw them. Tall, thin figures moving just at the edge of visibility, their limbs crooked, their heads tilting unnaturally. Their faces were pale, blank, and horrifyingly still. Ryan stumbled backward, tripping over roots and rocks, his breath ragged. The figures advanced slowly, deliberately dragging their feet. He tried to run, but the trail seemed endless, twisting in impossible loops. Every step led him back to the same clearing, the same fog, the same figures waiting. Then he saw something worse. Derek, crouched against a tree, his eyes wide with terror, frozen in a grotesque expression of fear. Chloe appeared next, standing still, her head tilted impossibly to one side. Ryan screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the fog. The figures circled him, silent, patient. The forest itself seemed to close in, alive and aware, pressing him into the center of the clearing. The whispers started, faint at first, then louder, calling his name over and over, layered with other voices, none of them human. Ryan ran blindly, the ground slippery with wet leaves and mud, branches clawing at his clothes. He tripped again, landing hard on his shoulder. When he looked up, the figures were gone, or so he thought. Then a whisper, directly behind him. "Ryan." He spun, but there was nothing. Panic overtook him. He stumbled down the trail for what felt like hours, until finally he emerged onto a service road where a search party was combing the forest for missing hikers. He collapsed into their arms, shaking, unable to speak. Authorities later found Chloe and Derek, but their bodies were wrong. Their faces frozen in terror, limbs twisted, expressions stretched into something inhuman. No cause of death could be determined, and the forest where they disappeared remained eerily quiet, the fog always present, waiting. Ryan moved far away, starting a new life in another state, but he never escaped the memory. At night, he could hear the dragging, the whispers, and the faint calls of his name. He knew the figures were still out there in Black Pine Ridge, patient, intelligent, and hunting. And he knew they would wait for the next hikers foolish enough to enter their forest. Story the end. It was mid-November when I decided to hike the old Ironwood Trail in northern Pennsylvania. I had heard rumors from locals about hikers who got lost there for days or never returned, but I wasn't the type to be scared off by stories. Solo hiking was my thing. I liked the challenge, the isolation, the way it cleared my mind. That morning, the air was bitterly cold and frost clung to the edges of the trail. I parked my car at the small lot at the trailhead, loaded my pack, and set off, boots crunching over frozen leaves. The first couple of hours were peaceful. The sun was low, casting long shadows through the skeletal trees. I passed a small stream partially iced over, the faint smell of wet soil and decaying leaves filling the air. The trail was familiar in places, but as I climbed higher, it started to shift in ways I didn't remember. Rocks and fallen trees blocked my path where there had been none before, and sections I thought I knew were gone, replaced by overgrown underbrush. By late morning, the air grew heavier, almost suffocating. That metallic smell I had read about in some online forums about the trail hit me, iron and rust, faint at first but growing stronger as I moved. The forest around me had grown unnaturally quiet. Birds were silent, and the only sound was the faint rustle of leaves in the wind, which itself felt hesitant, almost deliberate. I reached a small clearing and thought I saw movement at the edge of the trees. A figure, thin and hunched, disappeared as I blinked. I told myself it was a deer or some other animal, but a shiver ran down my spine. I kept moving, trying to focus on the trail, but the path had become twisted, unfamiliar, and my GPS was intermittently losing signal. It was then I heard the voice. A low, hoarse whisper, just at the edge of hearing, carried through the trees. "Over here," it said, dragging the words out. Unnatural. My heart thumped painfully in my chest. I called out, but my voice felt swallowed by the forest. I walked cautiously toward the direction of the voice, but the trees seemed to bend and shift, creating passages that weren't there before. I stumbled across what looked like an abandoned campsite, a rusted fire pit, a torn tent frame, and scattered scraps of cloth and cooking utensils littered the ground. Nothing recent, but the air around it reeked of decay. I had a creeping sense of wrongness, of something that had been watching and waiting. As I moved deeper into the trail, the whispers grew more insistent. They weren't random sounds anymore. They formed words I didn't understand, yet the tone carried a command, a pull. Shadows started to behave strangely, stretching toward me, moving independently of the light. That's when I saw the footprints. Large, uneven, and deep in the earth. Too large for a man, too deliberate for an animal. They led off the trail into a grove of densely packed trees. Curiosity and dread warred inside me, but I felt compelled to follow them. The forest became a maze. Every turn I took led to another identical clearing, the same twisted trees, the same patches of disturbed earth. The metallic smell became overpowering, mingled with something worse, a rotting, burnt stench that made bile rise in my throat. Then I saw it, a figure emerging from the shadows. Tall, unnaturally thin, limbs bent at impossible angles, face featureless but radiating a sense of hunger, of malevolence. My stomach twisted and I ran. The forest seemed alive, branches lashing at me, roots tripping me, shadows stretching across my path, closing in. Night fell suddenly. The temperature dropped and the darkness was absolute. My flashlight cut through only a few feet of dense black. The whispers surrounded me now by circling, pressing into my mind with promises and threats I couldn't decipher. I ran blindly, crashing through underbrush, my legs bleeding from thorns and hidden rocks. At some point, I tripped into a shallow ravine, sliding down and hitting rocks hard. Pain shot through me, but I forced myself up. The figures were closer now, shadows taller than trees, moving with intent. One figure stepped into the dim light cast by my flashlight, its face glistening with a wet, featureless blackness that seemed to suck in light. I screamed and ran again. I don't know how long I ran. Hours? Maybe less? Eventually, gray light appeared through the dense canopy. Dawn. I stumbled onto what I hoped was the main trail and kept moving, driven by sheer terror. When I finally saw my car, parked at the trailhead exactly where I had left it, I almost collapsed in relief. I drove home without stopping, hands white on the wheel. Weeks later, I still smelled it on my clothes, the metallic, acrid stench, faint but unmistakable. Sometimes at night, I hear whispers in the corner of my bedroom, soft and insistent, calling my name. I can feel them waiting, patient and hungry. I know I will never go back to Black Hollow Ridge. Something lives there, something that watches, waits, and it will never forget me. Story the end. The morning fog hung low over the Blue Ridge Mountains when I arrived at the trailhead. I had been planning this solo hike for weeks, desperate for solitude, desperate to escape the constant noise of my life in Charlotte. The trail was called Black Hollow, a remote path that hikers rarely mentioned except to warn that it was isolated and a little unnerving. That only made it more appealing to me. I packed lightly. Water, granola bars, a first aid kit, my phone fully charged. I told myself I was prepared. The trailhead was little more than a narrow dirt path disappearing into thick trees. A faded wooden sign read Black Hollow, half covered with moss. I took a deep breath and started walking. At first, it was everything I had hoped for. The air smelled of damp leaves and pine. Birds chirped softly in the distance, and the occasional breeze rustled the branches above. I moved quickly, boots crunching over wet foliage, enjoying the sense of isolation. About 30 minutes in, the forest began to feel off. The birdsong disappeared entirely. Even the wind seemed muffled, absorbed by the dense trees. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the trail, and every sound I made echoed too loudly, too sharply. A flicker of unease settled in my chest, but I pressed on, telling myself it was just the forest being quiet, nothing more. Soon I noticed objects along the path, small, personal items scattered as though dropped intentionally. A torn glove, a cracked water bottle, a single sneaker. Each one seemed too deliberate, placed almost like markers. My stomach tightened. I tried to ignore them, blaming careless hikers, but the unease grew. Then I heard it, a faint rustling in the underbrush, always just behind me. I froze, listening. It stopped. I quickened my pace, and the sound resumed, persistent, as if following me. My pulse raced. I reached a small clearing and stumbled upon a campsite. The fire pit was cold, stones blackened from long ago flames. A collapsed tent lay in a corner, torn and wet. Personal items littered the ground, a broken water bottle, a blood-stained bandana, scraps of a notebook. My heart pounded. Something about the place made my skin crawl. I tried to leave, retracing my steps, but the trail seemed to have shifted. Trees blocked paths I had just walked through, and turns I thought I knew led only to dense undergrowth. Panic set in. I was lost. The rustling returned, now accompanied by footsteps. Slow, deliberate, moving through the brush around me. They weren't random, they mirrored my own movements. I spun around, but there was nothing, only twisted shadows and dense foliage. My rational mind insisted it was another hiker, but the cadence was wrong, too precise, too controlled. I ran. Roots and rocks tore at my boots. Branches scratched my arms and face. My ankle caught on a hidden root, sending me sprawling into a shallow ditch. Pain shot through my leg. I tried to stand, but the fear had rooted me to the ground. Then I saw them. 3 figures emerged from between the trees. They were impossibly tall, thin, and awkwardly bent at unnatural angles. Shadows hid their faces, and their movements were jerky, almost mechanical. My mind screamed at me to run, but I was frozen, unable to breathe, unable to look away. One leaned closer, tilting its head as though inspecting me. Hollow black eyes stared, and its mouth opened impossibly wide, stretching beyond the limits of human anatomy. No sound came, but the threat was palpable, a pressure that pressed into my chest. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, they vanished. I forced myself up, dragging my injured ankle along the path, following what I hoped was the correct trail. Hours passed, though it felt like minutes or days. The forest darkened unnaturally, shadows moving where they shouldn't. Every corner I turned, I thought I saw them again, figures at the edge of my vision, disappearing when I focused. Finally, I stumbled onto a dirt road. My car was there, and I collapsed inside, shaking, panting, my mind racing. I drove home without looking back, ignoring pain and exhaustion. Weeks later, I tried to tell people what I saw, but no one believed me. They called it hallucination, stress, imagination, but I know what I experienced. The forest, the campsite, the figures, they were real. I returned once with a friend, thinking maybe it had been a nightmare. We followed the directions to the trailhead, but the path had vanished, swallowed by thick undergrowth. Then we heard it. Footsteps behind us, deliberate, slow, echoing in the trees. We ran, terror propelling us until we found the main road. My friend swore she saw them too, the tall, thin silhouettes, motionless, watching us leave. I never hike alone now. I avoid forests entirely. But the memory haunts me. Shadows twist unnaturally in my apartment. At night, I hear faint footsteps outside my window. I know the forest is still out there, waiting. Some places aren't dangerous, they're wrong. They remember you and they wait. The footsteps never truly leave. Story the end. I had been planning this hike for months. I needed a break from work, from the constant noise of the city, from everything. The plan was simple. A solo trek through the Greenbrier Wilderness in West Virginia, a loop trail I had researched and mapped carefully. I packed my backpack the night before, water, snacks, first aid kit, flashlight, compass, and my phone, even though I knew reception would be spotty. I left just as the sun was rising, the mist still clinging to the forest floor, damp and cool under my boots. The first few miles were exactly as I expected, peaceful, isolating in a way that cleared my mind. The trail wound through dense oak and hickory, leaves turning gold and red, the smell of wet earth and pine heavy in the air. I passed a few hikers, exchanging brief greetings, but soon I was completely alone. That solitude was part of the draw, but I felt a strange tension in the back of my mind, a prickling at the base of my skull. I chalked it up to nerves or maybe just the unfamiliar terrain. Around the 3-mile mark, the trail began to narrow, and the trees grew taller, forming an almost oppressive canopy that dimmed the morning light. That's when I first heard it. A soft, dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled over rocks and twigs. My heart jumped. I stopped, listening, but all I could hear was the wind through the leaves, or so I tried to convince myself. I continued, my pace quickening despite the knot of unease in my stomach. Half an hour later, I noticed footprints in the soft dirt of the trail. At first, I assumed they were from another hiker, but they were too irregular, too large, and oddly spaced. Some prints veered off the trail into the undergrowth, then returned as if whoever or whatever had made them was circling, watching. The dragging sound returned, closer this time, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that made my skin crawl. I forced myself to keep walking, telling myself it was just an animal. By late afternoon, the forest seemed to change. The air grew colder, the shadows longer, and the usual forest noises, birds, squirrels, the rustle of wind through leaves, were gone. I reached a small clearing where the trail split, and that's when I saw the symbols. Carved into the trunks of several trees were jagged, chaotic marks, some resembling letters, others twisted into shapes that seemed almost alive. My stomach twisted. These weren't natural. These were made deliberately, recently. I debated turning back, but felt an odd compulsion to keep moving, to see where the trail would lead. I chose the path that continued upward, deeper into the forest. That's when I began hearing whispers. Faint, unintelligible at first, coming from all directions. My heart pounded as I picked up my pace, trying to ignore them. The trail became steep and rocky, forcing me to focus on my footing, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Eventually, I came across a small cabin, one I hadn't seen in my research. Its wooden walls were weathered and dark, the roof sagging. I hesitated, but went inside, hoping to find shelter or perhaps a sign of other hikers. The air was thick and stale, the smell of damp wood and rot overwhelming. On the floor, more symbols had been scrawled, smeared with something dark. My flashlight illuminated strange, deep scratches on the walls, gouges that looked like claws but impossibly large. Then I heard it, the dragging sound again, much closer, and a whisper calling my name. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Something moved just at the edge of my vision, a tall, hunched shape, impossibly thin, its limbs twisting unnaturally as it crept forward. I stumbled back, tripping over a broken floorboard, and bolted out of the cabin through a side window, cutting my hands on the glass. The forest outside had grown darker, unnatural in its shadows. I could feel it following me, moving with an impossible precision. The whispers became a chorus, overlapping, pressing in, echoing from all sides. My legs burned as I ran blindly, the trail twisting underfoot, each step leading me deeper into the forest. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. Eventually, I recognized a familiar stretch of trail near the ridge. Relief surged through me, but it was short-lived. I looked back and saw it, standing between the trees, watching. Its figure was tall, misshapen, and its limbs moved in ways no human could. It didn't chase, it didn't run. It just waited, patient, persistent. I reached my car, hands trembling, heart hammering. I locked the doors and started the engine, driving down the mountain as fast as I dared, headlights cutting through the dense darkness. When I finally got home, I told myself it was over, that exhaustion and stress had caused hallucinations. But that night, as I lay in bed, I heard it again, the dragging sound, faint but deliberate, at the edge of my consciousness. I haven't slept properly since. Every shadow in my apartment, every sound outside makes my skin crawl. I see the symbols in my dreams, the cabin, the clearing, the footprints. I know it's still out there, waiting, watching. Even now, if I close my eyes too long, I hear the dragging over dry leaves, slow, deliberate, and unrelenting. Story the end. It was the first weekend of December when Emma, her boyfriend Josh, and their friend Kevin decided to hike the old Pine Ridge Trail in the Smoky Mountains. The air was sharp and cold, and a thin mist clung to the forest floor. The trailhead was deserted, and a heavy stillness hung over the trees, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig underfoot as they unloaded their packs. Josh checked the map again, double-checking distances and landmarks. "It's supposed to be an easy loop, about 7 miles," he said, adjusting his scarf. "We'll be back before dark." Emma shivered and nodded, though the forest already seemed to close in around them, branches intertwining high above to form a near-continuous canopy. Kevin hooted and waved his flashlight like it was a toy, trying to break the eerie atmosphere. The first few miles were unremarkable. The trail followed a gentle incline, winding past frozen brooks and clusters of moss-covered rocks. Sunlight filtered weakly through the bare trees, casting strange, twisting shadows that seemed to flicker at the edge of vision. Emma noticed the forest was too quiet. No birds, no rustle of small animals, not even the whisper of wind through the trees. They stopped at a small clearing to rest and eat lunch. Kevin noticed footprints in the mud near a fallen log. They were enormous, at least 16 inches long and oddly shaped, splayed in a way that didn't match any known animal in the area. Weird, he muttered, taking a picture. Josh knelt to examine them, frowning. These aren't human, he said quietly. Look at the stride. Too straight, too purposeful. Emma felt a prickle of fear and tried to brush it off. Maybe someone made a prank, she suggested, though the unease in her stomach contradicted her words. They continued, but the forest grew thicker and darker with every step. The path narrowed, the ground uneven and slick with frost. Then they heard it, a low, wet thumping behind them. At first, they thought it was a branch breaking or some animal, but the rhythm matched their pace, too steady and deliberate to be random. Probably just a deer, Josh said, though his voice wavered. The sound persisted. Every time they paused, it stopped. Every time they moved, it resumed. Always just far enough away to remain unseen, but close enough to feel threatening. Emma clutched Josh's arm, heart hammering. Kevin tried to joke, but his voice lacked conviction, trailing off as another thump echoed behind them. Hours passed, and the trail seemed to twist unnaturally. They passed a fork in the path that shouldn't have existed, and no matter which way they chose, it always led them back to the same clearing. Panic began to seep in, a cold dread pressing down on their chests. Then, out of the mist, a shape appeared. It was tall, impossibly thin, its limbs bent in unnatural angles. Its skin was wet and glistened in the fading light, and it had no discernible face, only a smooth, pale expanse where eyes, nose, and mouth should have been. It watched them, tilting its head like a predator assessing prey. Kevin screamed, but the figure vanished into the trees before their eyes. They ran blindly, slipping on frost-covered leaves, branches tearing at their clothes. The forest seemed alive, shifting subtly, closing off paths, leading them in loops they could not escape. Night fell, and the temperature dropped sharply. They stumbled upon a dilapidated cabin, hidden behind thick undergrowth. The door hung crookedly on rusted hinges. Desperate, they forced it open and barricaded themselves inside with a fallen chair. The cabin smelled of rot and damp wood, the air heavy and suffocating. Outside, the wet, dragging sounds continued, circling the cabin, punctuated by low, guttural groans. Occasionally, shapes moved at the edges of the cabin's small windows. Tall, faceless figures, patient, watching. They whispered, trying to maintain calm, but the forest silence pressed in, oppressive and unrelenting. Hours, or maybe days, passed in the cabin. Sleep was fitful, plagued by nightmares of endless forest loops and the faceless shapes emerging from the mist. When the weak light of dawn finally broke, they dared to step outside, only to find the forest had changed. The familiar trail was gone, replaced by an impossible tangle of trees and undergrowth, the footprints still present in the mud. They tried to find a way back, but each path led them back to the same clearing, the same dry creek bed, the same feeling of being watched. The shapes appeared intermittently, observing with patience and malice, never making a sound but always present. In desperation, they scrambled down a steep ridge, hoping to reach a valley below. The forest twisted and shifted with each step, making it impossible to judge direction. Kevin slipped and hit his head on a rock, and for a moment they thought he was unconscious. When he stirred, his eyes were vacant, distant, as if he had glimpsed something no human should ever see. Eventually they emerged onto an old logging road. They were exhausted, covered in cuts and bruises, boots shredded, hearts pounding. The forest behind them seemed ordinary now, quiet and still, hiding the horrors they had witnessed. In the weeks and months afterward, none of them spoke much of the incident. Kevin refused to go outdoors alone, muttering about shadows that followed him even in the city. Emma had recurring nightmares of the faceless figures and the impossible loops of the trail. Josh tried to return to Pine Ridge, but every attempt ended in confusion, disorientation, and a feeling of being watched. The forest had changed them. Even years later, the memory of the trail, the dragging sounds, and the silent, faceless watchers lingered. They knew the forest was patient, waiting for the next hikers to wander too far, too deep, and curious enough to stumble into its impossible twisted heart. No one else would see it as they did. To the outside world, the trail was ordinary, but they had glimpsed the truth. The forest was alive, endless, and always watching. Story the end. It was mid-November when 4 friends, Ryan, Emily, Carter, and Hannah, decided to hike a secluded stretch of the Shenandoah National Park. They had all been stressed from work and school, craving a weekend of solitude. The trail they chose was long and lightly trafficked, winding through dense woods and rocky ridges. Ryan, always the thrill seeker, promised it would be the ultimate escape. The group arrived at the trailhead late Friday afternoon. The parking area was small and nearly overgrown, the asphalt cracked and littered with leaves. A chill hung in the air, carrying the scent of wet earth and decaying foliage. They loaded their backpacks and began their hike, joking about ghost stories and the creepy woods warnings on old hiking forums. At first, the hike was typical: the crunch of leaves beneath their boots, the distant calls of birds, the occasional rustle of squirrels. The trail climbed steadily, and the forest thickened, shadows stretching unnaturally between the trees. Emily felt an unease she couldn't explain, as if the woods themselves were watching. "Relax," Ryan said, noticing her pause. "It's just the forest, nothing more." They stopped for a short break near a fallen log. Carter, ever the curious one, noticed something strange: a series of footprints off the trail. They were human-sized but irregular, the toes too long and the spacing uneven. "Maybe an animal?" he suggested. Emily shook her head. "No animal walks like that. That's wrong." Ignoring her concern, Ryan led the group forward. As they hiked, the forest seemed to grow quieter, the usual sounds of nature vanishing. The path became harder to follow, obscured by fallen leaves and broken branches. Every now and then, Emily thought she saw movement in the shadows, but when she looked, there was nothing. By late afternoon, they came across a small clearing. In the center stood a dilapidated shack, partially collapsed and overrun by vines. The windows were broken, and the door hung loosely on its hinges. A strange silence seemed to radiate from it, making the hair on Emily's arms stand on end. "Do we go in?" Carter asked, half curious, half nervous. Ryan stepped forward. "We just take a quick look. Could be a cool shelter if it rains." Inside, the air was thick with mold and decay. Broken furniture lay scattered across the floor back, and the walls were marked with scratches and symbols, some etched deeply into the wood. In the corner was a trapdoor, partially hidden under a rotting rug. A foul stench seeped from the gap. "Guys, we shouldn't," Hannah said, her voice trembling. Ryan bent down to lift the trapdoor. A narrow staircase led down into darkness. The basement was small and cramped. Shelves held jars filled with murky liquid and unidentifiable objects. Animal bones, charred in places, they were arranged in geometric patterns. A circle of burnt-out candles encircled a section of the floor, and Emily felt a sudden, oppressive weight in the air. Then came the scratching, slow at first, then frantic, from the far corner. A low, wet growl followed, resonating through the room. Emily's flashlight flickered. "We're leaving. Now!" she screamed. They scrambled upstairs, but the forest outside felt different. Trees loomed closer together, branches twisting unnaturally, blocking the light. Fog crept along the forest floor, thick and cold. They ran blindly, hoping to find the main trail, but every path seemed to loop back to the shack, and the footprints appeared again, following them. Shadows shifted at the edge of their vision, whispers echoed through the trees, indecipherable, urgent, and cold. Hours passed. Emily tripped and twisted her ankle, forcing the group to help her along. The fog thickened, and the air grew colder. Every rustle, every snap of a branch made their hearts pound. Finally, they stumbled upon a stream. The water was black and still. As they crossed, Emily screamed when something cold brushed her leg, tugging slightly. They pulled her across and ran, but the forest seemed alive, pressing in from all sides. Night fell. They reached a cliff overlooking a distant valley where the faint lights of a town glimmered. Relief washed over them, but across the valley, figures appeared. Tall, humanoid but grotesque, with elongated limbs and jerky movements, their heads tilted unnaturally. Their eyes reflected the moonlight like mirrors. "We can't go down there," Ryan said, voice shaking. "But we can't stay here either," Hannah replied. They carefully descended the slope, supporting Emily. The figures followed slowly, relentlessly. The fog wrapped around their legs, pulling, dragging, holding them back. Every step felt heavier than the last. Eventually, they reached an old logging road. In the distance, a single car's headlights flickered. They ran toward it, desperate. But the fog rolled back in, and multiple figures emerged, surrounding them. The shapes were humanoid, yet wrong, movements jerky and unnatural. Emily screamed as a shadow brushed past her. Ryan swung a branch, but it passed through the figure like smoke. Carter and Hannah tried to help her, but the figures closed in. Then, as abruptly as it began, the fog lifted. The valley was visible below, bathed in morning light. Ryan opened his eyes and found himself alone on the roadside. Emily, Carter, and Hannah were gone. No footprints, no signs of struggle, nothing. Search parties found nothing. The locals whispered about hikers who vanished in those woods, but no evidence ever surfaced. Ryan never returned to that part of the mountains. Years later, sometimes when driving along forested roads, he would catch glimpses of tall, affright, distorted figures in the trees, and he could hear the faint, urgent whisper carried on the wind, "You can't escape." Story the end. It was early October when we decided to take a long weekend trip into the Appalachian Mountains. The fall foliage was supposed to be at its peak, painting the hills in fiery reds, oranges, and yellows. I, along with my two friends, Mark and Lisa, had been planning this hiking trip for months. We were all moderately experienced hikers, but none of us had ever ventured this deep into the backcountry. Our goal was a trail called Blue Hollow Ridge, a relatively remote path that promised both isolation and stunning views. What we didn't anticipate was how isolated it truly was, or how something unseen could slowly, insidiously follow us through the woods. We arrived at the small parking lot just past sunrise, the air crisp and filled with the scent of decaying leaves. The mist hung low in the valleys, swirling like smoke, and it gave the woods an almost surreal, dreamlike quality. Mark, ever the optimist, was already snapping photos of the landscape before we even started our hike. Lisa checked our gear one last time, backpacks, water bottles, granola bars, emergency kits, while I tightened my boots and stretched. The first few miles were uneventful, almost blissful. The crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional call of a distant bird kept a sense of peace in the air. We made small talk about work, relationships, and the usual weekend plans, all while ascending the ridge. I remember feeling a subtle shift in the atmosphere as we climbed higher. The forest became quieter, the wind whispering through the pines in a way that felt almost like voices. I dismissed it at the time as fatigue or imagination. Around midday, we reached a fork in the trail. The official map suggested the right path for our intended loop, but the left path appeared more worn, as if hikers had taken it more often. Against my better judgment, Mark suggested we take the left fork. "It looks more scenic," he said with a grin, and Lisa reluctantly agreed. I went along, not wanting to dampen the mood. As we ventured down the alternate path, the forest thickened. The trees grew taller and older, their gnarled roots snaking across the trail. Shadows stretched unnaturally long despite the sun being directly overhead. That's when we first noticed it, a feeling, almost a pressure, like someone, or something, was watching us. I laughed it off. "It's just the woods. Don't start imagining things." Mark waved it off, though I noticed he kept glancing behind us more than usual. Lisa's face was pale, and she muttered that she felt uneasy, like someone was standing just out of sight. We tried to keep the mood light, joking about horror movies and how cliched it would be to get lost and chased by a creature. But then the noises started. At first it was subtle, twigs snapping far in the distance like footsteps. Then came the rustling of leaves off the trail, soft but deliberate. I turned quickly, expecting to see another hiker, a deer, or some other animal, but there was nothing, only the dense forest stretching endlessly in all directions. "Did you guys hear that?" Lisa whispered. "It's probably just a deer," Mark said, though his voice lacked conviction. We pressed on, trying to rationalize everything, but with each step the feeling intensified. The air grew heavier, and the sunlight seemed dimmer, filtered through a thick canopy that I hadn't noticed earlier. By mid-afternoon, the trail became less defined, overgrown with ferns and low branches scraping our shoulders. Every so often, I thought I saw movement between the trees, always just at the edge of my vision. We stopped to rest at a small clearing near a creek. The sound of running water should have been soothing, but instead it amplified the eeriness. Lisa refused to sit on the damp ground and perched herself on a fallen log, scanning the surrounding trees nervously. Mark and I unpacked our snacks, trying to eat and regain some sense of normalcy. That's when I noticed the first physical sign of something wrong. Across the creek, partially hidden behind a cluster of birches, was a figure. It was standing perfectly still, too tall and too thin, and it seemed to be staring directly at us. My stomach dropped. "Mark, do you see that?" I asked, my voice tight. Mark froze mid-bite, his eyes locking onto the figure. Lisa, who had already been uneasy, gasped and pointed. The figure didn't move, didn't blink, and yet I felt an undeniable sense of malevolence radiating from it. Then it was gone. Just like that, vanished into the trees as if it had never been there. We didn't speak for several minutes, each of us too afraid to break the silence. When we finally decided to move, I noticed our sense of direction had shifted. The trail we had been following seemed different, thicker, darker, almost as if it had been obscured by the forest itself. The sun started to dip below the ridge, and panic began to seep in. We had no cell service, and the trail markers were now scarce and worn. Every step forward felt like we were sinking deeper into a labyrinth of trees. The noises behind us resumed, closer this time, leaves crunching, twigs snapping, breathing that wasn't ours. "Okay," Mark said, trying to assert control, though his voice trembled. "We just need to find the main trail. We'll be fine." But the main trail eluded us. Hours passed, and the forest seemed endless. We took turns calling out, hoping someone or something would answer, but only our own voices echoed back. Shadows moved unnaturally, bending around tree trunks and rising higher than any animal should. At some point, I began noticing faint footprints in the dirt that weren't ours. They were elongated, almost human, but far too narrow and too deep for any normal person. By nightfall, we realized we were lost. We huddled together, using headlamps to illuminate the immediate area, but the beams seemed to vanish into the darkness without touching anything significant. The rustling followed us relentlessly, sometimes circling, sometimes approaching, but never fully revealing itself. We tried to stay calm. I remembered reading that panicking only made situations worse, so I forced myself to slow my breathing, to think rationally. We rationed our remaining water and snacks, deciding we would start moving downhill at first light, but sleep was impossible. Every snap of a twig, every creak of a branch jolted us awake. Shadows shifted in ways that defied the moonlight filtering through the trees. Around 2 a.m., something happened that none of us would ever forget. I woke to Lisa shaking me violently. There's someone here," she whispered. I flicked on my headlamp, and my heart stopped. Not 20 feet away, a figure crouched low, watching us. It wasn't human, or at least it didn't look entirely human. Its limbs were unnaturally long, bending at odd angles. Its head was tilted, almost upside down, with eyes that reflected the light of our lamps like molten gold. Mark let out a choked scream, dropping his flashlight. The figure didn't move at first, just watched. Then it suddenly darted behind a tree with a speed that made our heads spin. We huddled together, paralyzed with fear, unable to move or speak. Hours passed like this, though I have no sense of time. Daylight arrived in a gray, oppressive haze. We decided we had to leave immediately, no matter which direction we went. The forest seemed to conspire against us, paths twisting back on themselves, familiar landmarks vanishing as if they were never there. The rustling and the shadows never stopped, always just beyond our sight. Around mid-morning, we stumbled upon an old, dilapidated ranger cabin. It looked abandoned, the windows shattered and the door hanging on one hinge. Inside, there were signs of recent occupation. Empty food wrappers, a worn sleeping bag, and strange symbols scrawled on the walls in what looked like mud or blood. The smell was acrid and metallic. We didn't stop to examine it further. Our priority was escape. We moved out again, following what we hoped was a downhill slope, but the forest continued to twist, disorienting us further. Then we heard it, a low, guttural growl coming from all around us. Something large was moving through the trees. Mark, in a blind panic, ran ahead, disappearing into the underbrush. Lisa and I shouted after him, but he didn't respond. That's when I felt it brush past me, cold, elongated fingers grazing my shoulder, leaving a burning sensation. I screamed, grabbing Lisa, and we ran blindly, falling multiple times, scraping our hands and knees against roots and rocks. Hours later, we finally stumbled onto a familiar trail marker. It was battered and old, but it indicated we were near a service road. Exhausted, bleeding, and terrified, we followed it until we saw a car parked at the trailhead. A lone hiker emerged from the vehicle and called 911 for us. Mark was never found. Despite weeks of searches, there was no trace of him, only his footprints, abruptly ending near a thick patch of trees. Lisa and I were hospitalized for dehydration, hypothermia, and shock. We never returned to the Blue Hollow Ridge Trail. Years later, I've read reports from other hikers in that area describing tall, thin figures watching them, footprints appearing where there shouldn't be any, and sounds in the forest that have no logical explanation. Some say the forest itself is alive, or that something preys on those who wander too deep. I'll never forget the feeling of those eyes in the dark, the sound of the leaves cracking under invisible weight, and the sense that whatever followed us had been studying us for miles before it finally made its presence known. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear the snap of twigs just outside my window. The mountains are beautiful, but there's a reason some trails remain untouched, a reason maps warn against wandering off path. Sometimes the most terrifying thing isn't what you see, but what sees you, waiting just beyond the reach of your flashlight. Story: the end. It was early October when Ben, Claire, and their two friends, Ryan and Sophie, decided to hike the isolated trail of Hollow Creek in the Allegheny Mountains of Pennsylvania. They were all experienced hikers, or at least they liked to think they were, but Hollow Creek had a reputation for being tricky: narrow paths, steep cliffs, dense forest, and a history of hikers vanishing without explanation. Ben, ever the thrill seeker, waved off the warnings. It's just an old trail. Nothing out there is going to bother us. They parked their SUV at a small gravel lot near the trailhead, just as the morning sun struggled through a low, gray mist. The air was damp, earthy, and sharp with the scent of decaying leaves. They shouldered their backpacks and began walking, the trail snaking through thick, towering hardwoods. For the first hour, the hike was pleasant. Birds chirped, leaves crunched underfoot, and the occasional sunbeam lit up a clearing in warm gold. Ryan was taking photos of the trees, while Sophie and Claire laughed and joked about who would reach the first ridge. Ben led, map in hand, confident in his sense of direction. Then the trail began to narrow, twisting through tight underbrush and over roots that threatened to trip them at every step. The forest grew quieter. Birds had vanished. Even the wind seemed muffled. "Do you guys hear that?" Claire asked nervously. "What?" Ben replied. "A whisper, like someone calling." Ryan stopped and listened. "I don't hear anything," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. Sophie shivered. "It's probably just the wind." But the sound came again, a faint, human-like whisper, so soft that it was barely audible. They pressed on, but unease began to coil in their stomachs. After a few more miles, they came upon a small, abandoned campsite tucked between two large boulders. A torn backpack lay nearby, along with a weathered journal partially buried in the dirt. Ben picked it up and flipped through the pages. The journal chronicled a hiker's journey deeper into Hollow Creek. At first, it was normal entries about the forest and the beauty of the trail. Then the writing became frantic. The author described shadows moving independently, whispers calling their name, and glimpses of tall, thin figures with featureless faces lurking just out of reach. The final entries were smeared and torn, ending abruptly. "They are patient. They watch. Don't." Mara, Claire's nickname among the group, looked around nervously. "Maybe we should turn back," she said quietly. Ben waved her off. "We're not even halfway up the ridge yet. Let's keep going." The forest grew darker and colder as they pressed on. Fog rolled in between the trees, thickening to the point where visibility was almost zero. The trail became a confusing tangle of roots and fallen logs. Familiar landmarks vanished, leaving them disoriented. Their GPS lost signal entirely. By late afternoon, they stumbled upon a decrepit cabin hidden among the trees. Its walls were gray, boards warped and splintered, windows shattered. Against better judgment, Ben suggested they rest inside until the fog lifted. Inside, the air was damp and musty. Broken furniture and scattered debris littered the floor. Deep scratches marred the walls, some forming strange, ritualistic symbols. In the center, a circle of stones contained ashes and small fragments of bone. A low growl rose from the forest outside, reverberating through the cabin. The door slammed shut violently, rattling the walls. Whispers swirled around them, unintelligible but sinister. Then movement appeared in the shadows, a tall, unnaturally thin figure with limbs bending at impossible angles. Its face was featureless, a black void. It glided silently toward them, radiating cold and malevolent intent. Panic erupted. Ben tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Ryan screamed, pounding on the walls, while Claire and Sophie clung to each other. The cabin seemed to warp subtly, the walls stretching as though alive. The figure advanced, each step silent, inevitable. In desperation, Claire smashed a window. One by one, they climbed out into the fog. The forest outside was alien. Trees twisted unnaturally, paths they had followed disappeared, and every clearing looked identical to the last. The whispers followed them, circling endlessly, accompanied by glimpses of shadowy figures moving just beyond sight. Hours, or perhaps minutes, passed. Exhaustion overtook reason. Sophie suggested they split up to find help faster. Ben reluctantly agreed. Claire stayed with him, but Sophie vanished into the mist, swallowed by the forest. Finally, as dawn broke, Ben and Claire stumbled onto a logging road. A passing vehicle stopped for them. They were covered in mud, scratches lining their arms and faces, clothes torn to shreds. Authorities were called, but Sophie and Ryan were never found. Locals whispered of Hollow Creek's curse, that the forest claimed those who wandered off trail, that strange chanting could be heard in the fog, and that shadowy, faceless figures watched silently from the trees. Ben and Claire never hiked again. At night, Claire could still hear whispers drifting on the wind, see shifting shadows at the edge of her vision, and feel the gaze of something waiting, patient and unrelenting. No matter how far she went, she knew the forest had left its mark, and that it was still waiting. Story, the end. It was a crisp morning in late September when Ethan and his two friends, Claire and Marcus, set out for a weekend hike in the Allegheny National Forest. The leaves were turning, a riot of reds and golds against the gray sky, and the forest had that wet, earthy smell that comes just after early autumn rain. Ethan had been planning this trip for weeks, poring over topographical maps, marking trails, and warning his friends to bring plenty of water, food, and warm clothing. Marcus had complained about the early start, and Claire had reluctantly agreed, more to spend time with her friends than for the love of hiking. The trailhead was quiet, save for the occasional rustle of a squirrel or the call of a distant bird. The forest was almost eerily still, the kind of quiet that settles in the lungs, heavy and watchful. Ethan led the way, boots crunching on the damp leaves, with Claire and Marcus trailing behind, joking to break the silence. Their laughter, though light, sounded hollow in the massive forest, swallowed almost immediately by the towering oaks and maples. The first few hours were uneventful. The path wound steadily uphill, then leveled off near a small creek. They paused to eat lunch on a fallen log, the water sparkling and clear in the weak sunlight. Marcus had brought a cheap disposable camera and insisted on taking pictures of the forest, of the creek, of the three of them together. Ethan tried to warn him about staying alert, about watching where they stepped, but Marcus waved him off, too engrossed in framing a perfect shot. By mid-afternoon, the trail became narrower, less maintained. The underbrush thickened, and the sky darkened as if the forest itself were swallowing the daylight. Ethan had studied this trail. It was a loop, supposed to bring them back to the parking area in 6 or 7 miles. But the markers were sparse, faded, and moss-covered. Claire voiced her concern when she realized the painted blazes were almost invisible, their red fading to dull rust. Ethan reassured her. "It's fine. I know this trail. Just keep moving." After another hour, the wind picked up, and the trees creaked, their branches scratching against one another. It wasn't threatening, just persistent, like an old, tired groan. They stopped at a small clearing to adjust their packs, and that's when Marcus noticed the footprints. "They're huge," he whispered, crouching. "Like really big and weird." Ethan came closer, squinting at the impressions in the soft, muddy soil. They weren't human. Not quite. The prints were long, perhaps 16 inches, and oddly shaped, with splayed toes. Claire felt a chill. "Maybe a bear?" she suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. Ethan shook his head. "No, bears don't walk like this. Look at the stride. It's too straight, too purposeful. Bears shuffle." They debated briefly and then pressed on, trying to dismiss the unease creeping in. The forest darkened faster than the time should have allowed, and Ethan checked his watch, barely past 3 in the afternoon. Shadows stretched long and unnatural. The feeling of being watched grew heavier with every step. Birds were silent now, and even the wind seemed to have dropped, leaving the forest unnervingly still. Then the sound started, a low, wet thump somewhere ahead, then another. Pause. Another thump, closer this time. It didn't echo like rocks falling. It was deliberate, heavy, almost like footsteps. Marcus froze, camera dangling from his neck. "Did you hear that?" Probably a deer, Ethan said, trying to sound confident. Keep moving. But the thumping continued, keeping pace with them, just slightly behind, just far enough to unsettle. Claire whispered, I think we should turn back. Ethan waved her off, insisting they just needed to keep moving. But he, too, felt it, the weight of something unseen stalking them. The trail became a narrow ridge, flanked by steep drops on either side. Each step seemed louder than the last, crunching against the leaf litter and rocks. Then came the sound of a branch snapping, closer this time, and Marcus yelped as he turned to see nothing. Just the shadows of trees swaying. Panic began to ripple through them, unspoken but palpable. They quickened their pace, hearts hammering, muscles screaming. The trail forked unexpectedly, and Ethan hesitated. The map indicated a straight path, but the trail here split. One path led steeply downhill, the other curved around a dense thicket. Before they could decide, a sound came from the thicket, a guttural, wet sound, almost a growl, but not entirely animal. Ethan's voice shook. We're taking the downhill. Just keep moving. The descent was treacherous, rocks loose underfoot. Ethan caught Marcus's arm twice to prevent him from slipping, while Claire clutched her pack, eyes darting nervously into the shadows. The sound followed them, closer now, deliberate. Occasionally it would pause, letting them think it was gone, only to resume with renewed intensity. Then, out of nowhere, they saw him. Or it. A figure crouched at the edge of the trail, silhouetted against the dying light. It was enormous, taller than any man, emaciated with grotesque limbs that bent in unnatural angles. Its skin glistened wetly as if perpetually soaked, and its eyes, if they could be called eyes, reflected the faint light, unblinking, unnervingly intelligent. It watched them, head tilting as if studying them. Marcus screamed. The figure vanished into the shadows like smoke. Claire sobbed, grabbing Ethan's sleeve. We have to go. Now! They ran. Branches whipped against their faces, roots tore at their boots, but they didn't care. They ran blindly, desperate to escape, only to find themselves back at the fork in the trail. How had they gotten there? The landscape looked wrong, the trees twisted in impossible angles, the sky a strange, bruised purple. Ethan tried to orient himself. We just keep moving, he said, voice tight. We'll find the car. But the forest seemed to mock them. Every step forward led them back to the same fork, the same clearing with the wet, unnatural footprints. Panic was no longer a visitor. It had become a constant companion. Claire collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Marcus's breaths came in sharp, ragged gasps. Ethan felt his own resolve cracking, the rational part of his mind screaming that something was deeply, fundamentally wrong. Then came the sound of laughter. Not human laughter, though it carried a cruel familiarity, like the echo of a memory twisted and broken. It surrounded them, bouncing between the trees, coming from everywhere and nowhere, and with it the figure appeared again, closer, emerging from the shadows like a nightmare stepping into reality. Its limbs were longer, thinner, almost spider-like. Its mouth opened impossibly wide, a dark, wet cavity that made no sound yet filled the air with terror. Ethan grabbed Claire and Marcus, dragging them down the trail in a frantic, directionless run. The forest itself seemed alive, branches reaching for them, roots tripping them, leaves tangling in their hair. And the figure followed, never faltering, never hesitating. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time was fractured here. Eventually, they stumbled into a small, abandoned cabin hidden by dense undergrowth. The door hung ajar, rotting hinges squealing as Ethan pushed it open. They threw themselves inside, panting, hearts hammering. The cabin was small, empty, save for a rusted stove and a pile of decaying blankets. The air smelled of mold and something older, fouler, a metallic tang that made their stomachs churn. They barricaded the door with a broken chair and pressed their backs against the wall, listening. Outside, the forest whispered, shifted, waited. The laughter came again, low and derisive, circling the cabin. Then silence, thick and suffocating. Hours, or maybe days, passed in that cabin. They slept fitfully, waking at odd intervals to the same shadow at the window, the same wet footprints appearing outside, impossibly large, impossibly close. They whispered, trying to make sense of what was happening, debating whether they were dreaming, hallucinating, cursed. No conclusion came. When morning finally broke, or what felt like morning, the forest had changed. The trees were taller, darker, the undergrowth denser. The path they had followed the day before was gone, replaced by a tangled, impassable mess. Ethan realized with a sinking certainty that they had never truly left the fork. The trail was a trap, a loop, a cage. They fled again, directionless, following instinct rather than trail markers. The figure always followed, silent at times, then suddenly terrifyingly near. At one point, Marcus screamed as it lunged from behind a tree, but the limbs passed through him like smoke. Yet the sensation remained: pressure, cold, fear that burrowed into the bone. Eventually, they reached a ridge overlooking a wide river valley. The forest below seemed normal, distant towns faintly visible. Ethan felt hope, reckless and raw, and they scrambled down toward what they believed was civilization. But the forest was not done. As they descended, the shadows gathered, twisting the trees, closing off paths, and in that moment they realized the figure was no longer alone. Shapes moved among the trees, tall, wet, grotesque figures, hundreds of them, watching, waiting. The sound of laughter returned, now a chorus, chanting, mocking. Ethan, Claire, and Marcus ran blindly, slipping into the river, water cold and shocking against their skin. They clung to driftwood swept downstream, the forest behind them a wall of impossibility. Hours later, they washed ashore near a logging road. They were alive, but hollowed, shaken beyond repair. Marcus muttered incoherently about the shapes in the water. Claire stared silently, and Ethan knew they had survived only by being spared for now, not because the forest had released them. In the days and weeks that followed, the three friends were never the same. Marcus refused to leave his house, muttering about eyes in the trees. Claire had nightmares of the figures, of the impossible fork in the trail. Ethan tried to return, to map the path, to prove it was a forest trick, but every attempt ended in confusion, disorientation, or worse. The same shadows waiting, always waiting. No one else ever saw the forest as they had. Hikers reported nothing unusual. Ranger logs recorded only standard wildlife activity. Yet Ethan knew the truth. The Allegheny National Forest had corners humans were never meant to see, loops where time and space were bent, and watchers who did not forgive trespass. And somewhere in the dark undergrowth, the figures waited, patient, hungry, amused. Even now, years later, Ethan avoids forests entirely, keeps his windows locked, and sleeps with lights on. But he knows, deep down, that the forest is still out there, breathing, waiting for the next footsteps that dare to wander too far, too deep, too curious. Story the end. The first thing I noticed when I set out that Saturday morning was how unusually quiet the forest felt. Not the normal serene quiet that comes with early autumn, the sound of the wind rustling through orange and brown leaves, birds calling to one another, or the distant babble of the creek. No, this was a thick, unnerving quiet, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I shrugged it off, telling myself that maybe it was just me being jumpy after a week of stressful work. I parked at the usual trailhead in the Shenandoah Mountains and double-checked my pack. Water, trail snacks, flashlight, first aid kit, phone, compass. Everything seemed fine. I adjusted my hat, tightened my boots, and set off up the trail, expecting a routine hike that would clear my head and tire my legs in equal measure. The beginning was normal enough. The trail wound through dense clusters of oak and maple trees, leaves crunching underfoot, the sunlight dappled through branches. I passed the usual hikers, waving at a few who nodded in return, most of them solo like me. There was one middle-aged couple who looked lost in conversation, laughing occasionally. It all felt ordinary. But somewhere around the 3-mile mark, as the trail began to climb more sharply, I felt it. A prickling sensation at the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I paused, scanning the tree line. Nothing, just trees, rocks, and the narrow dirt path ahead. I shook my head and kept moving, blaming it on my imagination. By the time I reached the old stone bridge that spanned a small creek, my unease had grown into a nagging knot in my stomach. The bridge was always the point where I took a break, the water underneath gurgling quietly as it ran over moss-covered rocks. I set my pack down, took out a granola bar, and tried to ignore the feeling of being followed. That's when I first heard it, a low, dragging sound. Not like footsteps, more like something heavy being pulled across the ground. I froze. It was coming from upstream, where the trail continued on the other side of the bridge. I told myself it was probably just a fallen branch being moved by the water, but the sound wasn't in the creek. It was on the trail. Something, or someone, was moving. I debated for a moment whether to investigate, but the sensible part of my brain shouted at me to get moving. I stuffed the granola bar back into my pack, slung it over my shoulder, and crossed the bridge quickly. The dragging sound stopped abruptly. I slowed down, heart pounding. Every crack of a twig underfoot made me jump, and I realized I'd unconsciously started speaking out loud to myself. It's nothing, just the wind, just your imagination. The trail began to narrow, the trees closing in, and the sunlight grew dimmer as the afternoon waned. That's when I noticed the footprints. At first, I thought they were animal tracks, but they were too large, too irregular. Something was walking on two legs, and it was bigger than a man. The prints were deep, pressed into the soft earth of the trail, and they didn't just go forward. They circled around, doubled back, sometimes appearing several feet off the trail. I stopped and knelt to examine them. They weren't fresh, or maybe they were. I couldn't tell. It was as if they had been made over the course of hours, but were also being made right in front of me. The sense of being watched intensified, and for the first time that day, I realized I wasn't alone. I picked up the pace, telling myself I just needed to reach the summit. That was the end goal, and the idea of turning back now made me feel like a coward. I pushed through the undergrowth, following the narrow, winding trail. That's when I heard it again. Closer this time. The dragging sound, a low, guttural growl beneath it. My heart lurched into my throat. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I broke through a thick patch of brush and entered a small clearing, expecting the usual view of the valley below. Instead, I found myself staring at something that made my stomach drop. There, in the middle of the clearing, was a campsite. Not a normal campsite with a tent and gear, but something crude, makeshift. A circle of stones surrounded a dark, charred area where a fire had clearly been built recently. Scattered around the stones were remnants of food, some rotting, some fresh. But what caught my eye was a tree nearby. Its bark had been scratched away in strange, erratic patterns like letters or symbols, but I couldn't read them. They looked almost alive, writhing in the way the late afternoon shadows fell across them. I wanted to leave, but something compelled me to stay just long enough to notice what I never wanted to see. Inside the circle of stones, there were footprints, too. And these prints were not like the ones I'd seen on the trail. These were human-sized, but they were irregular, too long in some places, too wide in others, as if the creature that made them wasn't entirely human. The dragging sound began again, closer now, coming from the tree line on the far side of the clearing. Panic surged through me and I bolted without thinking, crashing through the brush back onto the trail. My lungs burned, my legs ached, and every instinct in me screamed to keep moving. Behind me, I heard it, footsteps, heavy and deliberate, following me. Not running, just following, keeping pace. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Shadows danced between the trees, something large and dark moving with eerie precision. It didn't run. It didn't chase in a conventional sense. It followed. I reached the junction where the trail split, the one that would lead either deeper into the woods or back toward the parking lot. I knew turning back meant risking whatever was behind me gaining ground, but going deeper felt like stepping into a trap. I chose the deeper trail. The sun began to set, the forest dimming into a gray, suffocating shadow. My phone had no signal, and the beam of my flashlight seemed weak against the growing darkness. That's when I started hearing whispers. Not words, not sentences, just soft, fragmented murmurs that came from all around. I stopped, trying to pinpoint the sound, but it shifted, moving as I moved. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, but still unintelligible. I pressed forward, my stomach twisting into knots. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time seemed distorted in that part of the forest. Every turn of the trail brought a new clearing, had a new set of strange symbols carved into trees or rocks, each one more grotesque than the last. Sometimes I thought I saw figures in the shadows, tall, hunched shapes that moved just at the edge of my vision. Every time I spun around, they were gone. Finally, I came across an abandoned cabin. I don't know why I went inside. Maybe I thought it would offer some shelter, some explanation. The door creaked loudly as I pushed it open, and the smell hit me immediately. Damp wood, decay, and something metallic, like blood. The interior was small and dark, the windows boarded. On the floor were more symbols, scrawled in something dark, smeared. I could tell they weren't made with paint. I stepped back and felt the floorboards shift slightly, like something heavy had moved underneath. Then I heard the voice. clear this time, though still low and rough. My name. Someone or something was calling my name from inside the cabin. I froze, every muscle in me locked. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice shaking. Silence. Then the dragging sound again, right behind the door. I ran. I smashed through a side window, cutting my hands and arms on the glass, and stumbled into the undergrowth. My flashlight flickered and died. I was in complete darkness, the whispers now a chorus of urgency surrounding me, pressing in. Something brushed against my shoulder, cold, rough, strong. I screamed and ran blindly, twisting and turning through the brush, tripping over roots and rocks. Eventually, I broke through the trees into a narrow part of the trail I recognized. My legs burned, but I kept going, desperate to reach the parking lot. The forest seemed endless, the shadows stretching farther than they should. Behind me, the dragging sound returned, closer than ever. I dared another glance and saw it. A figure, impossibly tall and misshapen, its limbs moving unnaturally, eyes glinting in the moonlight. It didn't run. It didn't chase. It just followed. I reached my car and fumbled with the keys, hands slick with sweat and blood. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the car into gear, tires skidding over loose gravel. The headlights cut through the darkness, but nothing was on the trail. I drove as fast as I dared, the forest a blur on either side. When I got home, I locked the doors and collapsed onto the floor of my apartment. I told myself it was over. I told myself it had been a hallucination, exhaustion, stress. But later that night, as I lay in bed, I heard it. A faint dragging sound at the edge of my consciousness, coming from somewhere just outside the window. I didn't sleep. I haven't slept well since. I've avoided the mountains, the trails, the forests, but every time I close my eyes, I see that clearing. The symbols carved into trees, the footprints in the dirt, the cabin. And I know, somehow, it's still out there, waiting, watching. Even now I can hear it if I listen too closely, the soft, deliberate dragging across dry leaves, coming closer, always closer. Story the end. It was early September when 4 friends, Mark, Jenna, Lucas, and Sarah, decided to take a weekend trip to the Appalachian Trail. They had all grown up in small towns across Pennsylvania and Virginia, and the idea of spending a couple of days hiking, camping, and escaping their routine lives sounded perfect. Lucas had recently started a new job, and Sarah had been stressed with graduate school applications. They all agreed that a trip away from phones, social media, and work was exactly what they needed. They left Friday afternoon, piling into Mark's old Jeep with enough gear to survive a week. By sunset, they were driving along winding roads lined with dense forest that seemed to swallow the fading light. Lucas was in charge of navigation, a fact that immediately caused Jenna some anxiety. He had a history of getting lost even with GPS. Mark, trying to lighten the mood, made jokes about Lucas leading them straight into a bear's den. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, reminded everyone that bears were more scared of humans than the other way around. By the time they reached their designated trailhead, it was nearly dark. They parked and quickly unloaded their packs, using headlamps to navigate the small clearing. The air was damp and smelled like fallen leaves and earth. The silence was thick, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind through the trees. This place is amazing, Jenna said, her voice slightly trembling as the shadows of the trees seemed to loom larger than life. Yeah, just watch your step, Mark replied, tightening the straps on his hiking boots. Fallen branches and roots are everywhere. They decided to hike a short distance before setting up camp. The trail was narrow, overgrown in places, and the fading light made the forest look almost surreal. Lucas led the way, using his phone flashlight more than any sense of direction. At first, the hike was easy, filled with laughter and playful teasing. But soon Jenna noticed that the trail was becoming less familiar. Are we sure this is the right way? She asked, trying to keep her voice casual. Lucas waved her off. I'm positive. Just a little farther, trust me. But the forest felt different the deeper they went. The usual sounds of birds and insects seemed to vanish, replaced by an eerie stillness. The path twisted unnaturally, and the shadows cast by their headlamps seemed to move independently, stretching and contorting like living things. Sarah stopped abruptly, squinting ahead. Wait, do you guys see that? The others followed her gaze and saw what looked like a faint trail of footprints in the dirt. At first, they thought it was just another hiker, but the footprints were oddly spaced and seemed almost too large to be human. Maybe it's a deer, Mark suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. No deer walk like that, Jenna said, stepping closer. Those are hands, or something like hands. Lucas frowned but moved forward anyway, insisting they keep going. As they walked, the air grew colder, and the smell of wet earth became pungent, almost metallic. The forest itself seemed to close in around them, branches reaching like fingers across the trail. After what felt like an hour, but could have been two, they stumbled upon a small clearing. In the center was an old, abandoned cabin, partially collapsed and covered in vines. The door hung loosely on its hinges, creaking slightly in the wind. Looks like someone used to live here, Mark said, though there was hesitation in his tone. It doesn't look lived in at all, Sarah said, scanning the structure with her flashlight. Like it's been abandoned for decades. Jenna shivered. I don't know if we should go in. Lucas, ever the curious one, moved toward the cabin. Come on. It could be fun. We just look around, nothing more. The others followed reluctantly. The air inside was stale, thick with dust and rot. Wooden beams had rotted in some places, leaving jagged edges and holes in the floor. On the walls were strange markings, almost like scratches but arranged deliberately, like some sort of primitive symbols. Maybe an old ritual? Jenna whispered, her voice trembling. Or just vandalism, Lucas said, though his tone lacked confidence. As they explored, Sarah noticed a trapdoor partially hidden beneath a rug in the center of the cabin. Guys, there's something down here, she said. Lucas bent down to lift it, revealing a narrow staircase leading into darkness. A foul smell wafted up, making Jenna gag. We should just leave, she insisted. No, we should at least see what it is, Lucas said, shining his flashlight down. The beam revealed a small, dank basement filled with old jars, animal bones, and tattered clothing. Some of the jars contained strange, unidentifiable substances, and the bones were arranged in what appeared to be patterns, almost like a makeshift altar. Mark swallowed hard. This is wrong. We should go. But before they could move, a sudden noise echoed from the far corner of the basement, a scraping, like nails against wood. The four of them froze. The sound was followed by a low, guttural growl that seemed to reverberate through the walls. What the hell is that? Jenna whispered, backing toward the stairs. I don't know, but we're not staying to find out, Sarah said firmly. They scrambled upstairs, tripping over broken floorboards and debris. As they emerged into the clearing, the cabin seemed to groan, as if responding to their fear. The forest around them had changed. The trees appeared closer together, their branches twisted unnaturally, creating a canopy that blocked out even the remaining twilight. Which way is the trail? Jenna asked, panic rising in her voice. Lucas looked around, confused. I don't know. It doesn't look familiar. They started walking, hoping to find the trailhead or at least some landmark. But the deeper they went, the more disoriented they became. Every turn seemed to lead them in circles. The strange footprints appeared again, following them, sometimes crossing their path, sometimes parallel to them. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Time seemed distorted. Their flashlights flickered, and a damp fog rolled in, reducing visibility to a few feet. The friends began to argue, fear and frustration mounting. This is insane! We should have never gone this far! Jenna yelled, tears streaming down her face. Lucas tried to calm her. We'll find the trail. Just stay together. But the forest had other plans. Shadows moved at the edges of their vision, and the feeling of being watched grew unbearable. Sarah stopped suddenly, staring at a tree. Do you guys see that? She whispered. Carved into the bark were the words, You shouldn't be here. Mark laughed nervously, trying to mask his fear. Very funny. Someone's messing with us. I'm not joking, Sarah said, voice shaking. It wasn't here before, I swear. The temperature dropped sharply. Breath came out in visible puffs, though it wasn't cold enough for that. Then, from the fog ahead, a figure emerged, tall, humanoid, but distorted. Its limbs were elongated, and it moved with jerky, unnatural motions. Its face was obscured, but the friends felt its gaze like a physical weight pressing down on them. Run! Lucas screamed. They sprinted blindly, branches tearing at their clothes and skin. The figure followed, silent, except for the crunch of leaves under its feet. Panic overtook rational thought. Jenna fell, twisting her ankle painfully, and the others had to drag her along. The fog seemed to thicken, Jenna swallowing the sounds of their footsteps and any hope of direction. After what felt like an eternity, they stumbled into a small stream. The water was icy, but they waded through it, hoping it would lead somewhere familiar. The figure didn't follow into the water, but the fear didn't lessen. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves kept them on edge. Eventually, they found themselves at a cliffside overlooking a valley. The fog was below them, and they could see the faint glow of distant lights, possibly a road or a town. Relief washed over them, but it was short-lived. Across the valley, in the distance, another figure emerged. Just as tall, just as distorted. It moved deliberately, slowly, as if searching for them. "We can't go down there," Mark said, voice shaking. "But we can't stay here," Sarah said. "It's going to come back." They had no choice but to descend, sliding carefully down the steep terrain. Lucas went first, helping Jenna, who could barely put weight on her ankle. The fog below was almost tangible, thick and suffocating. Every step was a battle, and the sound of the figures in the distance seemed to echo unnaturally, always just a step behind. Hours passed in a blur of terror. When they finally reached a service road at the bottom of the valley, it was nearly dawn. Exhausted, bloodied, and soaked from the stream, they limped toward the first car they saw. It was abandoned, its windows smashed in. Inside were more strange symbols, carved into the seats and dashboard. I don't think we should touch it," Jenna said, backing away. Before anyone could respond, the fog rolled over the road like a wave, and the distorted figures appeared again, now multiple, surrounding them. They had nowhere to run. Mark, in a last desperate move, grabbed a heavy branch and swung at one of the figures. His arm passed through it, as if it were made of smoke. The others screamed. The figures advanced silently, their forms shifting and writhing, growing taller, more grotesque, and then everything went black. When Mark woke, he was alone, lying on the side of the road. The fog had lifted and the sun was rising. He could see the distant town in the valley below, but there was no sign of Jenna, Lucas, or Sarah. No footprints, no drag marks, nothing. He stumbled toward the town, screaming their names, but nobody answered. The authorities searched the area, but no trace of the others was ever found. Mark tried to explain, but the story sounded insane. The cabin, the basement, the figures. They said it was likely just a case of hikers getting lost and panicking. But Mark knew what he had seen. He could still feel the weight of their gaze, still hear the whispers in the fog. Years later, he never returned to that part of the trail. He still hiked, still enjoyed the outdoors, but the memory of that night never left him. Sometimes, when he drove along winding forest roads, he thought he saw the figures in the corner of his vision, tall, distorted, watching, waiting. And he always remembered the words carved into the tree, "You shouldn't be here." Story the end. It was a crisp autumn morning when 4 friends, Mason, Claire, Tyler, and Jenna, decided to hike the old Pinecrest Trail in northern Vermont. The trail was known among local hikers for its dense forest, steep cliffs, and secluded stretches. But it had a reputation for being beautiful, especially this time of year when the leaves burned fiery reds and oranges. Mason had found the trail online, boasting it as a hidden gem for experienced hikers. None of them had been there before, but they all loved the challenge of a long, demanding trek. They parked Mason's Jeep at the small dirt lot at the trailhead and packed their day packs, making sure they had enough water, snacks, and their phones, though cell service was already patchy in the area. The forest swallowed them almost immediately. The air smelled damp, mossy, and a little metallic from last night's rain. Birds chirped above, but it felt quieter than the usual bustle of nature. They joked about the eerie silence, laughing nervously as they hiked. The first couple of miles were smooth, the trail marked with faded blazes on the trees. Conversation was easy, mostly about work, college, and who brought the best snacks. Mason led, checking his GPS occasionally, while Jenna and Claire lagged slightly behind. Tyler, ever the enthusiast for photography, stopped every few steps to snap pictures of twisted branches and the sunlight piercing through the canopy. Around 2 hours into the hike, the trail began to narrow, becoming less maintained. Fallen trees crisscrossed the path, and wet leaves made footing treacherous. Mason suggested they stick close together, but Tyler was already several feet ahead, camera in hand. Jenna glanced at Claire nervously, noticing that the forest seemed to press in on them. The trees were taller, closer together, and the canopy thicker, making the light dimmer than expected. "That's weird," Jenna said. It feels colder here, like the sun isn't reaching the ground. Claire shivered. Yeah, I thought it was sunny when we started. Mason waved them off. It's just shade. We're fine. Come on. They continued, but the quiet grew heavier, almost suffocating. Even the birds were silent now. Somewhere ahead, a low, wet sound reached them, like branches snapping under weight, but no one was there. Tyler's laughter echoed oddly through the trees, but he wasn't laughing at anything, just looking around and muttering about angles for his photos. After about another hour, they reached a fork in the trail. Mason checked the GPS, but the signal was unreliable. The trail was poorly marked, and the map on his phone didn't match what they saw. Left or right? Claire asked, her voice tight. Mason hesitated. According to this, left, maybe, but the map's glitching. Tyler, snapping pictures of a strange pattern of mushrooms, shrugged. I say right. Feels more natural. Jenna, increasingly uneasy, said nothing. She just followed, her eyes darting around the dense woods. They took the right path. The forest seemed to close in even more. The trees leaned unnaturally, their branches curling like hands reaching toward the hikers. Every now and then, a gust of wind would move the leaves and make a low, almost moaning sound. Claire whispered, Did anyone else hear that? It's the wind, Mason said quickly, but his voice lacked conviction. The trail grew steeper, jagged rocks appearing beneath their boots. Suddenly, Tyler stopped mid-step, pointing at something on the ground. What is it? Jenna asked. A small, leather-bound notebook lay partially buried in the leaves. Mason picked it up and wiped off the dirt. The pages inside were filled with hurried, messy handwriting, descriptions of people hiking alone, wandering off trail, getting lost, never returning. Creepy, Mason muttered. Probably some old hiker's journal. Claire frowned. It says here that someone saw a man watching from the trees, Mason shrugged. Probably just a story. Tyler, still half focused on the notebook, added, Yeah, it's probably like those ghost trail stories. People embellish stuff. But Jenna felt a chill run down her spine. The hair on her arms stood up. Something about the words in the notebook felt alive, like a warning. She tried to voice it, but Mason was already moving forward, notebook in his pocket. The forest got darker as the trail wound into a canyon. Sunlight barely penetrated the dense canopy, and the smell of wet earth and decay grew stronger. Every now and then they heard movement, branches breaking, faint rustling like as if something was walking just out of sight. Tyler, excited by the eerie atmosphere, moved ahead to get better shots of the cliffs. Tyler, stay close! Mason called, but his voice seemed swallowed by the thick woods. Then Jenna saw it, a shadow among the trees. At first, she thought it was Tyler, but it didn't move like a human. It was too still, too dark, as if the forest itself had formed a shape to watch them. She blinked, and it was gone. Did you see that? She whispered. See what? Claire asked. I thought I saw someone. Mason shook his head. There's no one here. Stop freaking out. They pressed on, but the feeling of being watched grew heavier. The trail seemed to loop back on itself. Every time they thought they were heading downhill toward the parking lot, they ended up in a narrow valley that looked almost identical to the previous one. The GPS signal was nearly non-existent, and Mason began to feel real panic. Hours passed. Their water bottles were nearly empty, and Tyler's enthusiasm had faded into tense silence. Jenna kept hearing faint whispers, too soft to make out words, but undeniably human. The shadows in the trees moved just enough to suggest something was stalking them. Eventually, they reached a clearing with an abandoned cabin, its wood rotting and windows shattered. Mason suggested they rest there briefly, though none of them felt safe. The door creaked as they pushed it open, revealing a dark, musty interior. Rusted tools lay scattered, and the floor was damp with mold. As they explored, Jenna noticed scratches along the walls, deep and jagged like someone or something had tried to claw its way inside repeatedly. Tyler, fascinated, leaned closer to photograph them, while Mason and Claire exchanged worried glances. Then Jenna saw the symbols, strange carvings in a circle, almost ritualistic, with small piles of dirt and what looked like ash in the center. She took a step back. Guys, we shouldn't be here. Mason waved her off. It's probably just some kids messing around. Let's rest a few minutes and then get out. But when Tyler tried to open a window for ventilation, the door slammed shut violently as if pushed by an invisible force. The cabin trembled faintly and a low growl reverberated through the walls. Claire screamed, grabbing Mason's arm. "Open it! Open it!" she shouted. They all tried the door. It wouldn't budge. The growl became louder, and now it was accompanied by whispering, soft, almost chanting, like dozens of voices just beyond perception. The air inside the cabin grew colder, their breaths visible in the dim light. Then they saw movement in the corner of the room, a figure, thin and twisted, emerging from the shadows. It had no discernible face, just a gaping darkness where its features should have been. Its limbs bent at angles that were unnatural. It moved silently toward them. Tyler dropped his camera and bolted for the door, slamming against it repeatedly. Mason and Claire followed, screaming, while Jenna stumbled over the threshold, tripping into the mud outside. The figure didn't pursue them outside, but it was like the forest itself had awakened. Branches whipped at them as they ran, the path they thought they knew, twisting unpredictably. Every clearing looked like the same one. Every shadow seemed alive. Hours or maybe minutes passed. Time lost meaning. Their legs were scratched, their clothes torn. Mason finally shouted, "We split up. We run straight." They ran blindly. Tyler was last seen tripping into a ditch and vanishing from sight. Claire and Mason ran together, Jenna a few feet ahead. Her legs burned with exhaustion, lungs screaming, but she couldn't stop. Eventually, she emerged from the dense trees onto a dirt road. The sun had set. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and oranges. In the distance, headlights appeared, an SUV. She waved frantically, crying, and the vehicle stopped. It was a local hiker returning home. She told him about her friends, the strange cabin, the shadows. The man frowned, his expression hardening. "You mean the old Pinecrest cabin? Nobody goes there anymore." People disappear all the time if they wander off the main trail. When authorities searched the trail in the following days, Mason, Tyler, and Claire were never found. Hikers reported seeing strange figures in the forest, lights flickering in abandoned cabins, and whispers carried on the wind. Some said that if you follow the trail too far, it loops back on itself until you lose your sense of direction entirely. And some swore that in the deep woods at night, you can still hear the soft, human-like chanting near the cabin, though no one dares approach it. Jenna never hiked again. Every time she closed her eyes, she could see the shadowy figure twisting silently behind the trees, waiting. Story the end.